longer than we thought at the beginning. And so while they're confident it will come down, they're not confident in the timing of that, which leaves everybody on Wall Street waiting to see what they say about it. A strong maybe, about 90%, but nothing before that really gets over 50-50. So does the Fed cut once? Does the Fed cut twice? Or does the Fed not cut at all this year? We might learn a lot at 8:30 tomorrow with CPI.
I'm sure we'll learn a lot either way. Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Mike McKee there, Chief Economics and Policy Correspondent. Cole Smead is still with us, Smead Capital Management CEO. What's your take on what the Fed is going to do? You said you don't want to be in his place, right? But he's got to do something, or I guess he could do nothing. Which do you think he chooses?
Well, I mean, if you look at actual loosening or tightening, things have got looser all the while we've had very tight short-term rates. So I think if you look at the money growth, think of all the talk of private credit right now, for example. That's loosening. That's loose policy. That's a lot of money sloshing around. So the question I would use, Bloomberg opinion person Larry Summers as an example. Larry's been arguing that if you look at R&D and software as a percentage of fixed business investment, it's 37% of the economy. It's never been so high. We are less tied to the credit cycle as an economy in our capital investments for business, and therefore, call it the R star, if you go to the economics world, is plausibly higher because higher rates are what will finally affect the economy in a way that in the past, when we were more tied to the credit cycle, it was lower nominal rates that would affect us. So it's kind of like if this hasn't slowed the economy down at low fives, and this hasn't caused a recession, what short-term interest rate would is kind of the plausible question. You haven't ran into that yet. And so we think a lot about that. But, again, where that affects the economy is not on the short end of the curve. It's on that long end of the curve. That's where you'll actually see the economy change because, that would be where the long-term inflation expectations have shifted. We're not there yet. But if we sit here in 2 years and we still have the sticky inflation that isn't going away and we continue to ask why, I think you'll see people give up hope that the Fed can manage it. Again, that's not their fault,
right?
But that's what they'll have to deal with.
You seem to, though, at Smead Capital, be still placing bets on the consumer, on the economy. Amex is one of your top holdings. I'm looking here, Lennar, Simon Property, D.R. Horton. So in the housing sector, State Street, J.P. Morgan. Interesting that we saw PIMCO come out with a warning about regional bank failures in the U.S., saying that they expect, because of a very high concentration of troubled commercial real estate loans on their books, some failures. But PIMCO co-founder Bill Gross, he was on the close yesterday, and he said he likes some of the regionals. Take a listen.
I've bought some regionals today, KEY or Truist TFC or Citizens CFG. To my way of thinking, are very attractive investments for the immediate to long term.
So, Cole, what do you think about, the regional banks? I mean, he's picked some that he thinks are well reserved against any failures, but clearly CRE is a problem.
CRE is a problem. We started nibbling on the regional banks last fall. We bought Western Alliance, who obviously was in the tumult of last spring, Fifth Third and M&T. The better prices were in the heart of the last spring, to be downright honest. But, to your point, being able to buy those at a discount to book, and those are businesses that produce over 10% return on equity. If you can do that in banks and they can sustain that level of returns, you make good money historically. I would also point out Buffett in the 2023 shareholder meeting, he pointed out to shareholders, if the Bank Holding Act of 1969 had never come about, I would have never gone into insurance. I mean, that's a massive statement. One of the largest insurers in the world. For him to say that, he was saying, hey, I find banks interesting, but I can't get highly involved. So I think that is an interesting arena. But here's a better way of thematically thinking about this. All these investors, people are taking too much risk in the stock market. I'll call it baby boomers that are in the 70-30 that are really sitting 90-10. What they're all trying to do is find an overly consistent business. And those things are very overpriced. If you go look at a lot of the staples, a lot of the consistent blue chips, they're stupidly priced, to be honest. So we look at this world as, it's like Buffett said in the 96 meeting, it's a lumpy 15 rather than a smooth 12. You're looking for a business that has more earnings volatility, but producing higher returns. And yet, because it's not so consistent, people aren't wanting to give it a multiple. So that's why banks, that's why energy business, that's why malls. because they are lumpy, but at the same time, you're getting so much better prices for that lumpy level of return relative to the smooth blue chip consistency.
Looking for that value. Listen, Cole, I got a question coming in from a viewer for you. Kind of going back to the Fed, the difficulty that Jay Powell is in because of the data discrepancy. Viewer says, Cole, can you give us your thoughts on the difference between the establishment and household surveys in terms of the labor market?
Oh, that's a wonderful question. And Mike was obviously talking about this a second ago. I think we should scrap the owner equivalent rent. It's a terrible way to do housing. It's funny, we have like Redfin and Zillow, and we have these great services that want to provide all their data free because they want to proliferate their brand. And why aren't we using that data? It's publicly available. It's market-based data. So that's the one part I don't get. Why are we still sending surveys to people and saying, let's survey your prices? If you already own a home, you're not the marginal buyer. You're not shifting marginal prices. I find that to be really problematic. I would argue that OER was understated early in the pandemic. Now it's slightly overstated relative to then. And I think that, therefore you're not getting the real-time data. And like Mike was saying, that's going to affect how you calculate the CPI at any given time.
But can you look through that? Can you use Zillow and Redfin's data? Can you look through that and see a truer picture than the Fed can?
Yeah, I think the truest picture is tight supply. That's what the Fed can't do anything about building houses that are not there. So, did high rates incent builders to go out and supply the market? The answer is no. They've backed off on their numbers. So we went from a tight housing market with low rates to a tight housing market with high rates with less new homes being built. We will not end this with tight supply. You cannot ruin housing by having tight supply. It's like the capital cycle. You hear like Marathon and those guys always talk about capital cycle, and the reality is it's a capital cycle theory. With tight supply, that's good for the economics of the maker or the owner of that asset. And if you cannot oversupply the market, you can't really ruin the economics of housing. I don't think tight rates, like I said, are going to change that. I think one shift we can have in housing would be when call it a millennial or a Gen Z wakes up and says, you know what? It's not about getting a low rate. It's about fixing my rent so that future CPI effects on my rental will never affect me again. That zeitgeist where people say, what if this is an inflation hedge and getting it locked in now will help me? I think that will be the psychological changeover we see in housing. And that would be the only way you could really eventually alleviate the supply issue because people would get past the rate itself.
I mean, you're coming from Phoenix where we've seen housing booms and busts. Yeah. And what's that area like right now? I mean, it's a place where we've seen huge growth, where we've seen a ton of immigrants come in.
Yeah.
Tell us about Phoenix.
Well, we get immigrants from the great state of California primarily. So, and by the way, California.
Documented.
I was going to say California bashing is one of our favorite sports too. So, to your point, I think Austin was number one, but we were number two. We grew our millionaires more than any other city as a percentage of what we had over the last 5 years. And I mean, it doesn't matter whether they're talking New York, Chicago, LA. We are just collecting a lot of people, but also a lot of wealthy people. We have a 2.5% flat income tax. That's crazy low. I came from Washington. I was one of those people that moved 4 years ago, not because of the pandemic, but again, not dissimilar to those people that made that transition. I've never enjoyed paying taxes in my life like this because what I get. To your point, the difference is it's not a well-established place, so the culture of it is still in the making. It's the youngest state of the lower 48. So I look at that. The main thing for Arizona, and I'll use the Odd Lots podcast. They had Chase Emerson on from Emerson Land Holdings. They talked about water and land, and the New York Times article saying they're going to run out of water. And I think Tracy and Joe did a wonderful job of fleshing that out with Chase, where they just laid out the fact that in Arizona you have to have 100 years of water rights to even get a permit. Okay, so the idea that these places aren't going to grow, they're going to grow a lot. Where are we going to grow? We're going to go in places like Arizona, Texas, and the South. Cheap land always drives housing. In the case of the West, it'll be cheap land plus water.
Cole, great having you on the program. Thank you so much. I hope you drop by next time you're in New York. Cole Smead there of Smead Capital Management.
We may have futures down a bit this morning, but we do have some notable stocks that are trading to the upside. Starting off with the shares of GM, the company has approved a $6 billion buyback. This on growth in their EV business, and it follows a 33% dividend boost from the first quarter. So all is well with GM. Turning to the shares of Lilly, they're also sharply higher after hitting a fresh record high yesterday. A panel did say that their Alzheimer's drug is effective and recommended it for approval by the FDA. And then finally, Spotify, after climbing more than 100% unbelievably over the last year, Matt. This stock is higher in the pre-market. They are unveiling a new premium plan for $5 for current users that will allow for playlist, use of ease, and other audio tools.
All right, Abby, thanks very much. We'll check back in with you in a bit. Coming up, Apple entering the world of AI.
I thought it was a historical moment for Apple because this is really now, as much as we talk about the generative AI from an enterprise perspective, the consumer AI story is going to go through Apple.
We'll take a look at the future of Apple next and its partners.
Looking to take the next step in your career? Then you have to get this AWS course on Udemy. It gets you up to date on the latest tools and techniques so you can learn AWS fundamentals and pass your exam. Take this course at your own pace, on your commute, after work, so get this course now.
We invest in, buy, and own the backbone of the global economy. When the water gets delivered to your house, the road you drive on, the pipeline that brings different things to your community, the telecom towers that transmit your phone, the data center, the real estate that you live in.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently June 11th. Jumping into things here. Overall, we have the market under a bit of pressure today. Small caps are leading the charge to the downside. So we're certainly seeing the IWM struggle. It's back below 200. So that's the important thing, is that you have the indices, the Qs, the S&P being disguised by strength in a handful of companies like NVDA being responsible for roughly 20% of the leading ETF's gains. So a lot of strength in some individual names, saturation in the mega caps, highest levels of commodities to tech ratios as seen in the .com. But What's interesting behind the scenes is you have the S&P and Qs just blistering higher, but the Russell's really struggling here. So obviously it had a big reversal yesterday to close positive on the session at 201.89. Look at this, gapping down, basically right back down to the lows. So what that's telling us is that there's some sheer amount of sell side pressure in the small caps, and that's a problem for the market because that's your riskiest stocks. That's your where investors seek to put their capital to work when they're expecting the economy to bullish, when they're expecting the whole stock market to go on a rampage of a rally. So small caps leading the downside right now is not a good sign for risk sentiment in the market. It certainly shows that people are not wanting to hold the higher riskier, higher beta stocks at this point in time. So the Russell 2000, again, on watch for yet again continuation of this head and shoulders. Anything below this pivot and this gap is not a good sign for the Russell. You can see this long-term wedge pattern that the Russell is trying to break. Now we still have to be careful that this could be some sort of a right shoulder potential. I mean potential. It's not a guarantee, but there is a potential there. We are seeing the QQQ also slightly lagging the session today. So what's interesting is that the Russell's down 1, Qs are actually down 0.3, and the S&P is down 0.27. So between the SPY and the Qs are actually weaker right now in the pre-market. You do have Apple slightly green, NVDA negative, Microsoft negative, AMD slightly green, SMCI slightly down, Tesla slightly green, Broadcom slightly down. The SOXS, we started accumulating this yesterday. I'm still holding mine overnight here with an average of 24.26. I did close my GME in the pre-market yesterday off of some high spikes, and now it's coming down. So I'm still on watch for potentially a day trade long back in GME. We did trade that successfully yesterday. Right now, NVIDIA has made a nice strong reversal. Its pre-market high was all the way up to 122.40, pre-market low 121. So a couple dollar range there on NVIDIA at the moment. The Dixie, guys, the Dixie continues to want to press higher here. Take a look at that. It looked like it was having a little bit of a breakdown. And then obviously on the daily chart, reversed. It's a bullish reversal. If we look at the intraday price action, had a little bit of a sell-off and then right back to the prior day high. So it's telling us that, investors are either fleeing to the dollar as a sign of safety, or perhaps it's being seen as one of those inflationary hedges like we saw in the 2022 period. So a lot of buying pressure right now in the US dollar, which definitely has the ability to actually put a major headwind on the market. All right, so at the moment, if we look across the board, nat gas is positive. You also have oil slightly down on the session. You do have yields soft on the session, down slightly, but you have the dollar strong. So, and then you have the VIX positive. So, you have the two headwinds of the dollar and the VIX being green, but you do have yields and oil soft today. So it's kind of going to be a mixed bag, but considering that small caps are right back down to the lows after that heavy bullish reversal, just makes me a bit skeptical about this market. I do think that eventually we're going to see the Qs and the S&P come down, but they're just certainly stubborn at this point in time. What I'm looking at on the Qs here is obviously there's an inverse head and shoulders potential. If you get through these two necklines, then you have a bullish case to the upside, but really right now there's still that ever so apparent neckline. Again, this could still be a very large head and shoulders forming on the 10-minute chart. We almost got that breakdown yesterday and they saved it, but there's still a potential for a head and shoulders pattern if you break this lower boundary neckline. So again, we're kind of in no man's land at this point just due to how extended we still are. I would still favor some downward pressure, but overall you look at the Qs and nothing's wrong with them at this point in time other than just being a little bit extended. S&P a little bit extended into its long-term resistance trend line. Other than that, the market can still just stay buoyant in this vicinity. It is on holding pattern right now for the FOMC rate decision tomorrow, as well as CPI. So we have two imperative data points tomorrow. One at 8:30 is a CPI, which will obviously influence what the Fed does. Going into the meeting, the market is not expecting a cut. It's not expecting a raise. It's expecting policy to maintain and hold. One of the reasons I think that the dollar has firmed up recently over the last 3 days is because you've seen the Bank of Canada cut, seen the ECB cut, And now you're seeing a potential expectation of the Fed to hold. So if the Fed holds, that's obviously implying that their policy rate is tighter than its counterparties in the Canada and the ECB. So let's just wait and see how things shape up and open up here. We have roughly about 4 minutes till the open, guys. 4 minutes till the open. I still have my QQQ common share short sitting right at this 463.33 average from yesterday. I did not cover it. I'm still holding. You can see we have a bit of a wedge pattern. Which way is it going to break? Right now we're testing the lower boundary wedge. If we get a dump down to this prior day low, I may consider some of the QQQ. Okay? Still riding this SOXS. So let's get ready to open here. I know a couple of people in the chat have taken some speculative investments already, or speculative trades. AISP on watch by Chris. It's a little bit of a lotto, 10K shares. Going to launch to $4. Well, we'll see about that. All right, NVIDIA just had a nice spike to the upside there, and the Qs could not even firm up there in the session. So NVIDIA is spiking there in the pre-market. Actually hit a high there of 122, getting some crazy volume right now. Shopify has been continuing its ascent. Get ready for the market open, guys. Get ready for the market open. We do have the Russell at the lows. NVIDIA just saw some selling, some major selling there. Crypto obviously took a nice little dump in the overnight session. You did see Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, the likes all decline pretty sharply. And you can tell that as soon as the regional banks have been exploited to a bit of weakness, you've seen a lot of those crypto stocks come under pressure in the near term. And again, obviously that's part and parcel due to the US dollar. We also got Roaring Kitty disclosed his portfolio, discussing the fact that he's still holding, lost another 50 million yesterday, but he's still holding a lion's share of his position. All right, get ready for the open here in roughly 17 seconds. Here we go. QQQ trying to see some buying pressure immediately off of the hop. The Dixie's still at the highs, guys. I'm seeing NVIDIA, seeing a bit of top wick sellers in this region. So we're seeing General Motors performing well, Eli Lilly, Robert Half, ticker RHI. QQQ still trying to come down here, but NVIDIA's staying semi-strong at the moment. It's still negative. Microsoft seeing a bit of weakness. SOXS is pushed right back up. QQQ catching a nice little bid. QQQ trying to firm up off of the lows here. GME is getting trounced at the moment. That VSCO is catching a nice sizable bid. Adobe's trying to firm up. QQQ seeing a sizable push to the upside here. NVIDIA seeing some top wicks. Apple's seeing a nice green stick to the upside. Microsoft with a strong recovery. Adobe's trying to press higher here. QQQ blistering move to the upside, guys. I'm going to just put a in the money stop on this SOXS. In the money stop on SOXS. Bitcoin still trading at the lows around 67K. Seeing GME testing its gap fill from the lows yesterday, 23.12. GME did make a new low. SOXS is trying to catch another little bid here. You're seeing some top wicks in NVIDIA. Apple, Google still very, very strong. Amazon still trying to press. QQQ starting to come down a touch here. NVIDIA is pressing right back to the highs, guys. NVIDIA is strong as ever. Pressing right back up. GME's at a good risk to reward down here. I'm going to take a small stab at it. 23.19. 23.19 on GME. So I'm long at GME 23.19. 23.19. If it pushes back up to its high gap down pivot, that's at 24.87. Still seeing First Solar strong, Apple strong. Apple's pretty much recapturing everything it lost yesterday. Google strong. So some of the solar stocks might be an area of interest again today, with First Solar leading the charge in the S&P. Some weakness, I'm seeing Bank of America down 2.7, Freeport McMoran, NextEra Energy. So a little bit of weakness in the banking sector today again. A little bit of weakness in the banking. The Russell's just capitulated. That's had a huge down move. It's down 1.5% at the lows of the session. So the way the Russell's performing right now, it does look like this market's probably going to bleed. They're just disguising the strength through mega caps. Look at the Russell though. Wow. And I'm long GME 23.19. This is small size. QQQ starting to see some heavy sell side. SOXS trying to perk back up. Oil's trading at 77.50, seeing a little bit of downward pressure at the moment. SOXS, guys, I'm going to start trimming SOXS. I just trimmed a bit of my SOXS, sold half, 24.76. I'm going to now put a in-the-money stop loss, guys, on SOXS. A 24.57. That's from yesterday's beautiful job to start the morning. Again, in the money stop loss on SOXS, and I did trim half there. Okay, and we're still seeing it fly. So 24.57 stop. I trimmed half there at the highs. I did trim half, and again, we do have CPI tomorrow as well as FOMC. Tesla going down, AXP breaking down. Well, what a breakdown on MicroStrategy. Yep. Tesla having a really, really big breakdown here. Tesla seeing some considerable sell side pressure at the moment. Apple's still very, very strong. Amazon still near the highs. NVIDIA still pushing above the pre-market high. That's a strong stock. Seeing energy under a bit of pressure in the near term. Energy is certainly under. Nat gas still remaining fairly decently strong. Still trying to ride this GME higher. Hopefully Roaring Kitty comes out and says he loaded up more. Doubtful, but one could speculate. GME is trying to firm up here, guys. GME is trying to firm up. QQQ still seeing a bit of buy pressure. NVDA is still very, very strong at the moment. QQQ trying to move up. All right, guys, I just got stopped out of my SOXS there at 24.57. Nice little secondary runner trade that did stop us out. SOXS did stop me out. Still riding GME. I do have that QQQ short. At the moment, we're still seeing some unrelenting strength in the market. GME is catching a nice little bid here. I'm still holding. At the moment, the Russell's trying to firm up off of the lows. You've definitely seen small caps take a big hit here in the face of ahead of the CPI and FOMC rate decision tomorrow. Seeing that VSCO, guys. I just cut that VSCO, guys, from yesterday. Victoria's Secret at 1854. Small gain, but I did cut that VSCO from yesterday. GME starting to see some heavy sell side. GameStop right back down to the lows. Tesla still lagging here. Seeing Snapchat performing well. AISP up 37%, 38%. Nice job there, Chris, if you took that. Beautiful job on AISP. That one's had a huge move to the upside. This DM is up 897%. Like, what? Jeez. We're seeing Amazon and Google starting to see some top selling wicks. Microsoft looking like a bit of a short setup itself, getting faded right now from the highs. QQQ is starting to inch down again, guys. QQQ is starting to inch down again. Qs are trying there for a bit of a new low day breakdown, but they defended it in the near term. Silver's down 1.8, gold's going slightly almost negative. Microsoft still negative. Apple and Nvidia, your strong spots in the market today. ARM is also green. Abercrombie and Fitch slightly green. Netflix slightly green. JP Morgan's down 2.67%. Whenever JP Morgan's down a decent amount, guys, it likely means this market's going to break down. JP Morgan's kind of like your insight into the market, but down sharply on the session for JPM. That's that's not a good sign for the market. JP Morgan being down over 2.7%. Wow. GME is still trying to bounce here, but seeing some pretty decent sized selling. QQQ is about to try to make a new low of day. Apple's still relentless at the moment. You're seeing TME, Tencent Music, phenomenally strong at the moment. GME's breaking down here, guys. All right, I just added to my GME at 22.89. QQQ, big breakdown there, guys. Big breakdown. My average on GME 23.02. But the big market breakdown in the Qs, really sizable breakdown in the Qs. VSCO is ripping. Humana's green. Apple's the strongest stock in the S&P right now. SOX is just ripping here, guys. The SOXS is ripping to the high side. Seeing a big breakdown in the Qs. Alright, guys, I'm looking to cover some of my QQQ at the prior day low. Big breakdown occurring in Bitcoin as well. NVIDIA is still staying strong. Apple's still staying strong. My final entry on GME is going to be at 22.59. 22.59. Again, my average at 23.02. Still seeing that gas strong on the session. Marijuana stocks are under a bit of pressure. NVIDIA is still strong. Google's now reversing. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to break down. Meta's still holding up above 500. That stock's technically okay. Seeing the QQQ trying to stabilize here on the 1 minute chart. GME is still at the lows of the session here. NVIDIA still green, Apple still green, Tesla, Mera, NEO all struggling, CLSK struggling, Bank of America getting dusted down 2.7. Russell still near the lows. You have the SOXS up 3.3%. Nat gas up 1.43. Guys, that MAXN is looking interesting from a technical standpoint. It's also trying again to test that neckline breakout. MAXN. I know we tried trading it yesterday. Guys, I'm going to go long MAXN here. 154 starter position. Slight share size. I will add, if we retest 150, I'll add a second entry. GME is still trying to defend these lows, trying to recapture the prior day low of 2306, but still struggling here. Still struggling here in the near term. NVIDIA is now seeing a little bit of distribution, so that could really push the Qs over the edge. If we see NVIDIA start to break down here, that's not going to be a good sign for the equity markets, because you're already seeing a bunch of weakness, and really Apple and NVIDIA are your bright spots right now. Semis are under a lot of pressure. The SOXX is down 1.32%. A little bit of a reversal on MAXN here. QQQ still trying to come lower in the near term here. Qs are now losing pre-market low, so not a good sign for the Qs. When the Qs lose pre-market low, that's a horrific sign. So QQQ, you can see GME, we're basically flat on that trade. QQQ coming back down though. And we are technically right underneath that pre-market low on the Qs. We're getting some more volume creeping up into GME as the Qs fall a little bit more. Still seeing Bitcoin at the lows. Tesla's testing pre-market low. Apple's still extraordinarily strong. QQQ new lows. Alright guys, I just covered half of my QQQ short on that dip. I covered half. Beautiful job. Gonna move my stop loss to in the money. My stop loss is just gonna be above this high pivot here at 463.04. So in the money stop on the Qs. Let's ride that trade and see where we go. SOXS is flying right now. Bitcoin short is also flying right now. SOXS, NVIDIA is now seeing some terrific downward pressure, guys. NVIDIA is now breaking down. NVDA is breaking down right now. Huge decline on NVIDIA. It's now negative 0.71% down. This market could see some pretty tremendous sell side pressure. Again, it can see some really tremendous sell side pressure. Still holding my long GME, which we're flat on, up 2 cents, 3 cents. Still have a QQQ short, which is nicely printing for us. How are those other stocks? SMCI breaking down. PanW still strong. Shopify still strong off of its gap up. Quite extraordinary. GME is trying to recapture that prior day low. If it can start to consolidate above that prior day low, that's a positive sign in the near term. Now the question is, do we keep selling off all day, or do any sort of investors try to bottom tick this market in hopes of a cool CPI? Again, if the CPI tomorrow comes in cool, we will likely see this market trend and rally tomorrow. And there's a potential expectation where the CPI can actually come in cool tomorrow, and we could see a rally into the Fed meeting, and then maybe Powell crushes markets. But we'll see. We'll have to see how 8:30 shapes up. GME right back down to the lows. GME right back down to the lows. SOXS still near the highs. NVIDIA is trying to bounce off of its pre-market low at 121. Meta's seeing a little bit of distribution at the moment, guys. Yeah, Tesla's still struggling. That's just hovering over its pre-market low. I do think the market will get a bounce at some point, but it's just a question of when. When do we see it firm up? Still seeing the Qs under a bit of pressure, down 0.48. The Qs are actually outperforming the S&P. The S&P is outperforming the Russell. Russell's down 1.6% on the session, guys. So the Russell's seeing some considerable amount of selling at the moment. Canada Goose positive on the high short interest list. NVAX positive on the high short interest list. FSRN slightly positive on the high short interest list. You're seeing ASP trading a whopping 20.8 million shares. NVIDIA is trading 35 million shares now. GME down 7.2. Apple almost up 3%, recapturing its whole entire down move from yesterday. So obviously now the market has had a chance to digest. They've had a chance to digest Elon Musk's comments about the potential security issues. Obviously the market is not really phased right now. Not really phased. GME is starting to push back up over our entry. Again, I'm long at 2302. 2302. I still think GME can do a red to green reversal. If the market kind of catches a little bit of a bid here, I think GME can try to stage a red to green reversal. But prior day low is a big resistance that it needs to get back above. Seeing solar stocks running into a bit of pressure in the near term. Crude oil still selling off a touch. Nat gas seeing a bit of sellers off of this region. GME is making a nice little move up off of the lows. Again, I'm long at 2302 and still holding. I think that this can actually go green back up to 25 bucks today. 24.87 is its gap down target. Look at GME starting to see some volume and pushing. Come on, GME. Keep pushing. The next major resistance on Enphase is on GME is 2350. Pre-market low is at 2389. You are seeing the Qs trying to firm up now, guys. Again, I did get stopped out on the Qs at 463.04. I did get stopped out on the Qs at 463.04 for an in-the-money stop. Another little win there on the Qs. So now we have a bunch more cash. Really just GME is our long trade at the moment, which we are in the money on. And I do think that this one has the ability to push all the way back up to its gap fill today. So I'm going to ride this one. And since we've covered our Qs, I'm going to look for other opportunities now. This is technically the short zone on the Qs again, right here. Right here, you're tapping this previous little breakdown zone. So this is technically the short setup on the Qs. Maybe I'll fade Apple instead. You know, Apple's just blistering higher here. All right, guys, I'm going to short Apple here, 199.57, 199.57. I repeat, 199.57. It's a starter position. Short Apple, 199.57. This is a mega cap, so my position is going to be a little bit heavier. My next ad level on Apple will be basically every 50 cents. Okay, so the next target is 200.07. GME is still maintaining strength, but I'm short Apple here. This is a 1/4 entry. I will add another 4 times if need be, every 50 cents higher. Come on, GME. Keep pushing, GME. So we're still seeing the equity markets trying to firm up here. The Qs are at some temporary resistance at the moment. GME's working well for us. I'm still holding it. I still think that this one can go green. We're up about 1.56% on GME. And again, we're short Apple at the moment. Just a day trade scalp on Apple. This should see a pullback. It's up over 3.43% at the moment. And still trying to press its gains. Look at the spike on GME there, guys. Big spike on GME. Secondary ad levels coming up into Apple here. Let's see if there's any sort of a news on Roaring Kitty. Nothing yet. No real tweet has come out yet. But again, I do think GME is setting up a red to green reversal. It's now above its prior day low, putting in a pretty sizable potential hourly bottoming tail here, as well as a potential daily bottoming tail. We still need more data, but it is trying to firm up here. Still holding GME. I'm pressing these gains. Apple's starting to see some bit of selling off of that region. Come on, GME. Keep squeezing. Let's go through a bit of a short squeeze. We are seeing names like AISP, which is phenomenally strong at the moment. You are seeing some big movers in the market today. So whenever I see stocks that are up 877%, you know, AISP up 37%, Apple up 3.42%, there's a lot of liquidity sloshing around today. And part and parcel, it's due to the fact that semiconductors are seeing some weakness today. So with semi seeing some weakness, it does give the rest of the other stocks a chance to catch a little bit of that liquidity bid. GME is trying to maintain and get above this resistance. This is a big level for GME. You can see previous little neckline where you broke down. We're trying to get through that. If you get through that, then I do think we push to that 24.87 gap. I'm still maintaining short on Apple. Starter position though. So just recognize Microsoft's putting in a bit of a temporary bear flag, it appears. GME starting to come down, guys. Still have a long on MAXN that I'm holding at 154. It's a starter position again. What else is going on here? Again, NVAX continuing to press higher. There goes GME. Big spike on GME there, trying to recapture its pre-market low now, guys. So again, I'm still thinking we're going to do a red to green reversal. We're trying to press here. I'm still long off 23.02. Again, I'm still long off 23.02. We're up nicely on the trade, about 2.8. We had a nice spike up there that put us up 4.28%. But I'm looking for more. I think we can get some more. Look at the spike there on GME. We're starting to squeeze here, guys. We are starting to squeeze here. This is a short squeeze. These outsized moves are a short squeeze in the making, guys. Whenever you start seeing these big spikes like this, that's telling us that some shorts are starting to cover. Longs just took a bunch of profit, but I'm still riding. I think this one goes green. I think this one goes green. GME's still down 3.6. I'm thinking this one goes green. It's shaping up for that. These big wispy movements spikes to the upside out of nowhere. That's a recipe for a short squeeze. And there is a potential that this goes green, so let's continue to press this. Again, you are seeing the Qs firming up, Apple seeing a bit of selling, so nice to see that both trades are working well. Again, off of that high spike, we could have taken profits, but I'm still long. I'm looking for this gap fill, guys, and then possibly even more. Possibly even more. We haven't even seen Roaring Kitty yet tweet. I think he's going to make one more attempt at pushing this. I think he's going to make one more attempt at pushing this higher. That's kind of what I'm betting on. Seeing a little bit of weakness, softening coming into the price. Come on, markets. Markets are seeing a bit of selling. Apple, big breakdown, guys. My cover target on Apple, where I'm looking to trim, 198.20. This pivot zone here, 198.20. Still holding my GME. I have not even trimmed yet on GME. I have not even trimmed. Probably smart to do so, but I'm looking for more. I'm looking for more here. I've taken no profits on GME, no profits yet on Apple. Apple, I think we can see a move down to that 198.28 level. Come on, GME. Keep pressing, keep pressing. Let's see this volume. Let's see the squeeze come in. Come on. Get above this pre-market low. So pre-market low is being tested right now on your GME chart. So pre-market low is a big area for this stock. Groupon is green over yesterday's high. Thank you, thank you. You're seeing the Qs, seeing a bit of selling, a touch of selling. Again, I'm still short Apple, long GME. GME average 23.02, so we're deep in the money. I haven't even trimmed yet on GME. Might be the wrong move, but I think that forget above this 23.89 on GME. That's your pre-market low. That would be a very bullish recapture of that key area. Again, if I actually put on the pre-market, you can see that GME is fighting this pre-market area right now. Pre-market low is on watch. Seeing a bit of selling now coming in, but again, I still think that it's just putting in some inside bar consolidation. Trying to still firm up here. Apple still trying to press. Microsoft coming down. NVDA looks to be appearing to see some more weakness in the near term. QQQ is actually trying to firm up here, guys. So now the Qs are looking a little bit more steady at the moment. Guys, I just added to my MAXN at 150. My average is now 152. Maxon Solar, I will not add any more. 152 average on MAXN. Looking to add again to Apple short. GME is starting to press above pre-market high. Nice little mover there. This would be a nice time for Roaring Kitty to come out with a tweet and tweet about GME. It would create some crazy volume. GME is still negative on the session, down 3.46%, but trying to maintain pre-market low. Any sort of price action above this pre-market low does give us the ability to go green, but we want to try to hold it. You can see it's a big battleground. Here comes more volume. Here we go. Here we go. Here comes a potential impulse candle. Come on, get a new high of day. Break it. Qs are pressing. Apple's pressing. Stocks coming down. Here comes GME, guys. All right, I took my first minor trim there on GME. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm still holding 400 shares long, but I did take my first trim. My first trim there on GME. Still looking for this name to go green. GME is seeing a bit of resistance here. Bit of resistance. GME still, I think, will go green on the session. I'm still holding a large portion of the shares, but I did trim a touch. A touch of shares we trimmed, but still holding the majority. Only 400. It's a smaller position, but it doesn't have to be a large position to make you a nice day trade scalp. Apple's still trying to press. I'm still short Apple. Here comes GME again. GME is trying to squeeze, guys. Another new high of day is incoming on GME. Another new high of day is incoming on GME. Everyone, look at that. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. GME is continuing to try to put in strong candles. New highs after new highs on the session, above pre-market low. This thing's going for that 2487 gap. And then what's really, really astonishing about GME is that even if it gets above that gap, it has a potential today. My upside calculation is to 2730. That's where it has a potential to get to today. 2730 is my upside target potential. Imagine if it pushes there to 2730. We're talking about a day trade of 18%. That could happen. Still maintaining my Apple short. But the way GME is moving, it could easily see a push up to that 20. And what would take it there is maybe Roaring Kitty comes out. Today would be the perfect day for Roaring Kitty. Why? Look at the blistering move, guys. Why would it be the perfect day? Well, if you simply look at how the market is setting up, heading into tomorrow's CPI. Guys, I just trimmed a touch more there at the gap fill. A touch more GME I trimmed. What a move on GME, guys. This thing is squeezing. Seems like there's a tweet brewing. GME just went positive, guys. That's the signal that we did on GME. Look at this. Trim, 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 trimming, guys. I am trimming. I am trimming. I am trimming. Whoa, look at that move. GME is squeezing. There's no tweet yet, guys. Look at that. Everyone should have been able to profit. Boom. Guys, I just sold everything. Boom. 25.68 exited GME. Huge, huge win there, guys. 25.68. Boom. Look at that. 11.45%. Monster win on the session for GME. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it is now, I believe, halted. So wonderful job. If everyone caught GME, you should have been able to. That was a monster trade. That was a monster trade. A cool $800 to me in the morning. That's beautiful. That was beautiful. Nice little trade there on GME, guys. That was a stunning little trade. Nice win to start the morning. And look at GME go, guys. Holy, anyone still holding? You're in the driver's seat. Look at this name squeeze. I'm about to add to my Apple short, guys. I'm about to add to my Apple short. We're seeing the Qs potentially trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders in the pre-market. Wow, what a monster on GME. That was crazy. That was crazy. But what a monster move there. Apple, I did add to my Apple short at 200.07. My average is now sitting at 199.82. GME has been halted, ladies and gents. But what a monster trade there on GME, guys. What a monster trade. Thank you, Paul. Congrats. So now we just have to kind of position ourselves to see what's going to shape up here. But GME is probably going to halt up and then see a bit of a reversal down. So I think the halt does potentially provide an opportunity. If we get a gap up on GME, there might be a bit of an opportunity to actually execute a bit of a short here. But that was a monster win for us on GME, guys. That was huge, huge, huge. And again, we kind of prepped you in the pre-market for that name. We were watching. And a nice little move. And I don't even see any tweets from Roaring Kitty. It was just pure speculation. Hype that he's still maintaining his portfolio. You're still seeing... Alright, guys. We're now also have our MAXN that is in the money here. MAXN is basically just flat. So I'm going to continue to monitor that solar stocks because we are seeing a bit of a bid come into play. So GME halted again. We're still short Apple at the moment in the money. Long MAXN at 152. I repeat, long MAXN at 152. This is a high risk, very small solar stock. I repeat, it's a high risk. Our average on MAXN is 152. The thing about this name is it's had now multiple attempts at trying to break through its little neckline. So let me just actually trade the regular hours here. This has had multiple attempts trying to get through its neckline zone here on the chart. And I do think we're near-term precipice of triggering this inverse head and shoulders, which could take us up to about 170 on the chart. So a lot of times before major macro news, institutions love to pump up these high short interest stocks, trying to wipe out the short interest ahead of a move, just in case the market collapses, right? You have to remember, Wall Street doesn't want shorts to profit in this market. So the reason they pump up high short interest names ahead of important macro events is because if the market does collapse, those bears, the bulls don't want the bears to be paid. At the moment, GME, let's see how it opens. This is going to be quite interesting. I'm still holding Apple, guys. I think SOXS is approaching an area here that makes it a little bit of interesting as a potential bounce trade. SOXS is potentially coming up into a support zone, but the Qs are actually trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders in the pre-market. Very interesting on the Qs. Very, very interesting. QQQ, guys, this is a bit of a short setup right now on the Qs again. I'm actually going to look to potentially fade the Qs, still maintaining my Apple short position. You know, the Qs are setting up here potentially for an inverse head and shoulders attempt at a breakout, so it is high risky trying to short this name, but it is looking like a potential. Max and Air, or sorry, Max and Solar trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. GME is back open, guys. GME is back open. Again, I'm all out of GME. Look at the decline that just occurred in GME. Nice little pre-market high decline there. Again, it's still technically okay at the moment. I still have an upside target of 27.30 just with pure short squeeze momentum alone. You know, but GME coming down here, guys. Coming down ever so sharply. Look at that. We exited. This is where the bulls need to defend it. Come on. Come on down. All right, guys. I took another little long on the SOXS at 24.82. 24.82 long the SOXS, which is, again, a short on the semis, a leveraged short play. Still maintaining my Max and Solar. Excellent job, excellent job. All right, let's look at some of these movers here, guys, for you. If you look at some of the strong stocks, FMC, Apple, Vista, Robert Half, Crown Castle, Palo Alto, Humana, Arista, GM. Some of the weakness, banks, PayPal, Autodesk, NextEra Energy. GME starting to come down. I repeat, I am all out of GME. Still maintaining my Apple short and my MAXN. MAXN is shaping up for a bit of a breakout here, guys. Max and Solar. It's been testing this area numerous times. If it breaks out, we're going to see this name squeeze pretty sharply and ferociously to the upside here. MAXN is starting to push, guys. MAXN is triggering that inverse head and shoulders. Here we go. Here we go. This one could push all the way up to 171, 185, and then you have a huge, huge area above the $2 level. Come on. We're up now. Let's look at MAXN go, guys. Look at it go here. Again, target is this 170. Target is 170. We're already pressing here in the near term. Take a look at that. Up already 3%. Nice job. Again, this is a light share. I only added twice. Very small position. When I trade these speculation companies that are burning a lot of cash, pure short interest momentum plays, I don't go in heavy at all. I only have 4,000 shares long MAXN, so it's very small position. Very small position in this name. I don't like to put a lot of capital at risk with these names. You know, if it was an NVDA or an Apple, much heavier. Microsoft, much heavier. Still maintaining my Apple short. I have 200 shares short Apple. Look at this Max and Solar, guys. Above prior day high. This is a short squeeze. This is a short squeeze one, guys. I repeat, we're already up now 4%. Come on. Let's see this. Let's see this. Come on. Come on. MAXN. We're pushing. We're pushing. MAXN is triggering a breakout. I repeat, it's triggering a breakout on MAXN. SOXS is now starting to perk back up. You can see the Qs are also trying to maintain a little bit of a bullish breakout. You do have the Russell seeing a bit of selling. QQQ again, dollars at the highs. The Dixie's at the highs. I repeat, Dixie at the highs. NVIDIA is now breaking down, guys, so that's going to be helpful for the SOXS. You have NVIDIA seeing a bit of distribution in this range. That should be helpful. MAXN is now up on the session 4.64. I'm looking at my high short interest list of about 30 stocks, and MAXN is the outperformer as of now in the high short interest list, which means that as people start to scan these charts and look for setups, this one could come onto the radar of others. I repeat, it could come onto the radar of others. GME is still trying to press a little bit here in the near term. Whoa. Apple's still continuing its ascent, guys. Apple's still continuing. I did just add to my Apple short at 200.77. My average is now 200.29. I repeat, I added to my Apple short 200.77. My average is now 200.29 on Apple short. I repeat, my final entry short on Apple is coming up here. This 201.07 would be my final entry. It is lifting the Qs now single-handedly, Apple. It is seeing some... It is helping the Qs in a really big way at the moment. A really sizable push in the Qs. Again, final entry on Apple is at 201.07. 201.07. Meta at the highs. Still long MXN Solar, still long the SOXS. My next ad level on the SOXS, guys, is around the 2450 area, 2450. All right, guys, I'm going to actually add to my Apple short here, 200.93, 200.93. Took it a little bit early. Brings my average up to 200.63. We're still seeing Apple relentlessly strong at the moment. What a blow-off move there on Apple. Astonishing price action. Now up on the session, 4.21%. Wow, I wish I took Apple calls. That's quite incredible. Quite incredible price action in Apple, guys. It is bolstering the Qs. NVIDIA is losing pre-market lows. So now you're seeing an environment where Apple's really firming up here and NVIDIA is about to struggle. So we could see more weakness creep into the semis, guys. We could see more weakness creep into the semis. NVIDIA really struggling here. Amazon putting in a bit of a bearish pattern. GME coming right back down. GME is basically back to the negative side, down about 1% on the session now. Still riding this MAXN, looking for more though. It is pulling back above prior day high. Apple's still a monster. Look at this name. I mean, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Quite extraordinary. New all-time highs on Apple, ladies and gents. New all-time highs on Apple. Again, it does look like Apple can try to press in the near term to about 203.85. Don't know if it does it today, but still seeing a bit of weakness creeping into the stocks. NVIDIA losing pre-market low, guys. NVIDIA is looking like a nice short setup. Again, you have Apple so strong, it's lifting the Qs back to positive territory. It's up 4.2%. You have NVIDIA negative, Microsoft negative, AMD down, Tesla, SMCI, AVGO, Google, Amazon. All your mega caps are negative except for Meta and Apple. And the Qs are still staying relentlessly strong because of Apple's price action. So I now remain short Apple. Again, my day trade position average is sitting here at 200.63. And I have about 400 shares short Apple at the moment. 400 shares short. My target on Apple, just give me 1 second here. For the day trade, my target on Apple is around 199.14. 199.14. That's where I'll look to potentially start to look to take some profits. 199.14 down here on Apple is where I'm going to look to start to trim. Max and Solar continuing to press here, guys. Another shaker and mover trying to firm up here. Come on, MAXN. Push, 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 push. Take us to the promised land. Apple's potentially trying to put in a 10-minute topping tail. 5 minutes left in the candle. And NVIDIA breaking down, guys. NVDA is breaking down. It seems that all that liquidity that's coming out of NVIDIA is going into Apple at the moment. Look at that big breakdown in NVIDIA. Huge, huge breakdown in NVIDIA. Let's see what it's doing actually to the Qs in the near term. So the Qs obviously are at some resistance right now. Tagging resistance. Come on, Max and Solar. Apple again coming down, trying to put in a 10-minute topping tail. Let's see what action we get. Qs are still seeing some strength. GME's gone negative. Max and Solar were in the driver's seat, up about 3.93%, guys. Still riding all my 4,000 shares. Again, I only have 4,000 shares because that's my risk tolerance for this name. I got 400 shares short in Apple, down slightly on the position. But again, my target on Apple is for a move back down to about 199.15, 199.17. That would be about $1.50 gain. Should be about $600 if we hit that target on my day trade short. Again, Max and Solar, we're up nicely. Still maintaining that SOXS, which I'm going to be adding to it around 24.50. NVIDIA is struggling here under pre-market low. So here comes the Qs. They are trying to firm up here along with the Russell. SOX is starting to come down, guys. Max and Solar still trying to press. Come on. Give us a little bit of a breakdown here. In Apple. Apple 10-minute topping tail is being observed, guys. Apple 10-minute topping tail is starting to come in. Let's see if this is a little bit of a high pivot resistance. Still got a couple minutes left in this candle formation. Max and Solar, new high of day, guys. New high of day. Yes, let's play this. Come on, baby. Take us to the profit land. Let's squeeze this Max and Solar, guys. Let's squeeze it. Come on. So we are seeing the Qs starting to come in a bit. NVIDIA breaking down. Google breaking down. Apple still strong, holding above 201. Max and Solar, guys. Yes! Let's go! Come on. Stopped at a root, didn't take Groupon. Look at Solar, guys. Look at Max and Solar. Come on, baby. We're up now 5.69%. Again, my target is 170. I am not trimming. I am not trimming. This is a huge breakout. Inverse head and shoulders on Max and Solar. We're up 5.69%. Come on. Let's go. All right, guys. We're starting to see Apple's continuing to press. Google, Amazon looking sort of bearish in the near term. Sort of bearish in the near term. Max and Solar 161. We're still pressing here. Alright guys, Apple's just in a world of its own. It could try to head up to this area here at 203.60. It could try to head to 203.60. You know, I might double down my short day trade short position. If we get a blistering move up to 203.60, I'd probably double down on my short, take it from 400 to 800 shares. It's aggressive, but we'll see. We're still seeing Max and Solar press here in the near term. Still strong as ever. You're still seeing NVIDIA breaking down. It seems that all the liquidity is coming out of NVIDIA again, going back into Apple. At some point, Apple's going to have a nasty pullback. Max and Solar still trying to trend here in the near term. QQQ tapping pre-market high, guys. QQQ is tapping pre-market high. NVIDIA is still struggling. Google looks like it's trying to break lower. Apple's kind of ripping my face off right now, but that's okay. You know what? I'm okay with that. This stock is just going parabolic at the moment. Up now 4.69%, trending new all-time highs. Again, NVIDIA is breaking down, not really seeing it phase the QQQ market. You're still seeing it maintain pretty extraordinary strength at this point, but NVIDIA is struggling immensely, guys. Guys, I just trimmed my Max and Solar, sold half. I'm going to move stop to break even. Sold half at 160, going to move stop to break even. Okay, sold half of my MAXN at 160, moving stop to break even. Nice little trade there, guys. Nice little trade. Nice trade there. At some point, Apple should come down, but wow. Apple's still continuing. QQQ still trying to firm up here. Guys, I just added to my SOXS. Another way to play the Apple short is AAPD. AAPD is another way to play Apple short. It's an ETF. All right, my average on the SOXS is 24.72. Still seeing NVIDIA trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Max and Solar still holding steady here. Alright guys, so we're still maintaining my short on Apple, long on the SOXS. We've had a blistering move in Apple. Google's breaking down. NVIDIA's recovering under pre-market low. You have AMD still trying to recover here. Tesla's bouncing off of the lows. The indices have moved quite positively in the right direction on the Qs. The Qs are barely negative. S&P still down 0.3. And the Russell's down 1.27. So, I mean, I still think that the Qs could see a bit of a downward move here at some point, but we're still seeing it remain fairly buoyant in the face of things. Qs have actually just turned slightly green. Guys, I just took a high risk trade on the Qs, a put play. Please size it for loss. I took a 463 put. Got filled at 35 cents. High risk trade on the Qs, 463 put. 463 put. Again, we are trying to attempt a bit of a breakout here. Again, please size this for loss. Please size this for loss. I got filled at 35 cents on my 463 put on the QQQ. Probably wiser to take an S&P put because it's the weaker indice. I repeat, it's probably wiser to take an S&P. I just realized that now. Apple still maintaining bullish structure. Qs are pushing new highs there. Guys, I'm going to look to double my contracts on the QQQ 463 put if we hit this prior day high. Dixie still at the highs. Apple pushing here. GME trying to curl back up, trying to trigger potential inverse head and shoulders on GME. So there is a bit of another long trade on GME shaping up. I just added to my QQQ 463 put. I will not add any more. That is my final add on my QQQ 463 put. Average sitting at 32 cents a con. Again, average sitting at 32 cents a con. This is sized for 0 in the event that the trade goes against us. Apple still continuing to push here in the face of things. The SOXS is going lower. The Qs are absolutely ripping here, trying to break out and trigger. Guys, I'm going to get ready to almost double down on my day trade short on Apple. Around 203.60, 203.50, I'm going to look to double my day trade short. Okay? Apple's still a bit of a monster. The Qs are still trying to press above that prior day high. Again, big winners for us on GME, Maxon Solar, SOXS, QQQ, Sunrun starting to gain some momentum now, guys. Run, ticker run, starting to gain some momentum. QQQ going for that prior day high. It is above that prior day high as of now, trying to trigger a bit of a breakout in the near term. Dixie still at the highs. Surprisingly enough, the VIX is still strong. The Qs have now gone green. The S&P and Russell are still lagging, but the Qs have turned green now. So you are seeing a bit more strength coming into the NASDAQ market at the moment. Oil trading at 77.38. Trying to put in a bit of an hourly chart bull flag potential. Nat gas trading at 307, looking to try to press above its prior day high. Apple's above 203, so guys, get ready on Apple. I am going to double down my short on Apple here, guys. I am going to double down my short on Apple here, right around this vicinity. It's now up 5.22%, carrying the major indice single-handedly. Again, Apple's strength has lifted the Qs to new highs there. Alright guys, I'm going to look to add to my Apple here. I just doubled it down a little bit early, 203.25, 203.25. Doubling my position on Apple. Took it a little early there. Apple just had a nice little blow off move. Nice reversal off of that trend line on Apple. My average on Apple is 201.94 on the day trade front. Still seeing the Qs maintain bullish structure at the moment. Nat gas still maintaining positive structure. You're seeing Max and Solar come down a touch here. Meta is still strong. Google coming in though. Tesla's starting to curl lower. Look for that to hit Amazon. I do think Amazon's shaping up for another downward move. You know, really the outperformance and price action in the Qs has really only come from Apple. It's really only come from Apple. Apple on the weekly chart has now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks consecutively up into a major resistance. If it gets through this resistance, I mean, you're looking at 207 as the next target. But I don't think it's going to do it just quite yet. It would have to have a really, really good CPI. Is anyone using Charles Schwab brokerage? The SOP been down since this morning. Ooh, that's awful. Too bad Schwab is down, so no trading so far today. Oh, sorry about that, guys. That sucks. Yeah, I'm not with Schwab. So that's unfortunate. But we are starting to see the Qs come down a bit here, guys. QQQ and Apple. Again, Apple's really the pulse of the market today. It's pretty much going to be dictating what the Qs do. You can see the blistering move in the Qs is really from Apple. And you look at this move off of the lows today. I mean, imagine if we took calls from 462 now to 465. That would have been a home run. But we hit some home runs on GME, Max and Solar. So let's see if we get any sort of a retrace lower. Bulls want to maintain this prior day high or this little bit of a 465 trend line. Apple's still strong. Google trying to see some selling. Qs are starting to see a little bit more sell side. GME's trying to perk up, guys. GME's trying to perk up. SOXS is trying to see some buyers. QQQ still strong. Dixie's at the highs and the VIX is still green. You have Nat Gas trading at 307. AMC still up about 5.52. JP Morgan's down about 2.2. Netflix slightly green still at the moment. Bitcoin hitting its 100 daily moving average and looking to break down from the 67K level. Apple's now finally seeing some minor selling, but then you have NVIDIA catching a bit of a bid here. Still trying to fight that pre-market low on NVIDIA, guys. NVIDIA's really trying to fight that pre-market low. Let's see Apple here. Look at that move. I mean, what a fake out shakeout from Apple going down a couple percent yesterday to now just a face ripping rally. You can imagine how many people piled in on the short side of Apple yesterday thinking that, you know what, if that conference, investor conference, WWDC was taken negatively, probably a lot of people piled in on the short side, which is why Apple's honestly probably squeezed. It's gone through a bit of a short squeeze. You've bet your ass that Apple went through a short squeeze today. That is definitely a short squeeze on Apple. Bolstering a 5.26% gain off of really, minimal news. Did have Elon Musk disclosing that potentially he would be banning or locking up a lot of his staffs and visitors' iPhones if Apple changes their policies and gives the OS level to OpenAI. So a little bit of a war going on between Apple and their ecosystem and who they're partnering with, who they're allowing. You saw them dismantle PayPal yesterday. What's funny is who's one of the original founders of PayPal? Yours truly, Mr. Muskie. Alright, GME trying to trigger a bit of an inverse head and shoulders. It's looking like it's trying to firm up here, but it's still negative on the session, and you can see how even with the Qs ripping higher here, GME really hasn't held its gains despite the indices moving up off of the lows. So that's a little bit of a problem in the short term. That's definitely a problem in the short term. Apple's starting to see a little bit of selling, but again, every little dip seems to be being covered by shorts. That's what it looks like. GME trying to firm up. QQQ still trending at the highs. Guys, I'm going to short NVIDIA here. I'm going to look for a fade on NVIDIA. 121.25, 121.25. I'm short NVIDIA. 121.25, short NVDA. QQQ seeing a bit of sell side, testing and trying to lose the prior day high on the Qs. Let's see if Apple wants to give up any of this price action. I'm seeing Microsoft, Google seeing some sellers, NVIDIA starting to break down here. But really it's not influencing Apple. Look at Apple go. It seems all that liquidity from the semis. Sell side pressure is moving right back into Apple, guys. Moving right back into Apple. Quite extraordinary price action. Semi liquidity flowing right back into Apple, and that's kind of what we've been seeing every time the semis have been strong. Apple's been weak, so people have been chasing growth instead of, the value play of Apple. They've been dumping their Apple shares, piling into semis. Well, today you're finally seeing a bit of a rotation out of semis back into Apple. Apple bolstering its lead, now clearly trying to recover its huge behemoth market cap, trying to maintain price structure over NVIDIA. NVIDIA's market cap 2.97 as of today. Apple saying, screw you NVIDIA, we're back at 3 trillion and you're not a part of the $3 trillion boys club anymore. So Apple's still showing shorts covering, panicking out, getting squeezed. It's up 5.48%. Again, for Apple to be up 5.47% on a $3 trillion name, quite a lot of liquidity. That's a steep amount of liquidity. QQQ coming down a touch here. My cat is going crazy in the background. Let's see what's happening with Chewy. Maybe she's giving us a signal. And funny enough, Chewy's actually green on the session when the S&P is red, and it's looking like it could actually try to squeeze a little bit. As the QQQ comes down here, Apple and NVIDIA are seeing some sellers. Again, we're riding a QQQ 463 put. I'm riding an Apple short and an NVIDIA short. We've taken and an SOXS long. Sorry about the tongue tied there, but Chewy's looking kind of interesting. My kitty cat Gigi's meowing like I should buy it. Quite interesting to see here. Again, QQQ starting to come down a touch, but still being bought right back up. Meta's starting to see a bit of selling. NVIDIA back under pre-market low on NVIDIA. So this is bearish environment. Again, one of the reasons we executed this short on NVIDIA is you were struggling under this pre-market low. And the markets are certainly extended in nature. Very extended. Believe it or not, if NVIDIA's sell side pressure gets nasty today in the semis, it could test prior day low. But it's going to have to see Apple breaking down, because Apple right now is just too strong. Bart's asking thoughts on shorting ARM. Let me just take a quick peek at ARM. Obviously, semis are going through a bit of distribution today, so I do think that there's an opportunity to short these names. But ARM, I mean, what a strong chart! Like this is where the low float stocks come into play. But just a tough chart on ARM. I mean, that daily chart is just trending. If you want to try it at the top here, by all means. Is it extended? Yes. Is it coming up into some major resistance? You can see this was your first reversal red bar on a decent amount of volume. So if you want to try it here, you can. But just keep a tight risk and use your risk management appropriately. I'm not going to short it yet. No real negative divergence just quite yet. It does appear like it's trying to make a new high. But if we're a day trade scalp, certainly it's in an area of opportunity. I do see that. I would look for, in terms of where I'd feel more comfortable in a day trade short, is kind of back into this previous gap fill zone. So call it 148.89. That's where I would take a stab at it personally, but it could work out here. It could absolutely work out here. Again, I'm shorting NVIDIA, so yep, Trader 586 saying these are short squeeze moves. Absolutely. In Apple it is. And again, they love to wipe out the short interest right before, again, that fundamental macro news. And tomorrow we have CPI at 8:30, as well as the FOMC meeting at 2. So a lot of market participants have flipped back to the optimistic side in the sense that they're expecting the Fed to cut rates along with the ECB, along with the Bank of Canada, BOJ, PBOC, etc. But I don't see that being the case right now. Obviously, if we get a very, very cool CPI, that could certainly influence the Fed's decision in the near term, but I'm just not seeing it just quite yet. Another strong stock in the semiconductor market that's continued to press higher is AVGO. AVGO going for new all-time highs here, kind of dislodging itself from the semiconductor ETF. So AVGO obviously has earnings this week, and investors are probably pricing in a good report, hence the strength here into new all-time highs. Again, we take a look at some of the market movers here. As Apple and NVIDIA break down here, I'm still writing my QQQ put option at 32 cents a con. I'm down about 4 cents. Still writing my Apple short, NVIDIA short, as well as the SOXS long. We are starting to come down and see some heavy sell side pressure here, guys. So instead of Apple, I'm going to flip back to the Qs. Again, I'll flip back to the Qs because we are writing some put options. You can see the Qs have triggered a bit of an inverse head and shoulders. It's better observed in the pre-market. Upside target on the Qs, believe it or not, gives you 465.90. Now the question is, what's going to press the Qs that much higher? Apple's already had an astonishing move. It would likely have to be Microsoft, but Apple's starting to see some sellers now. Apple is starting to see a bit of selling in this region. GME trying to make another grind higher. GME is actually flipped back to the positive side. So we are seeing the Qs come down, guys. We're back to the flat side on our QQQ 463 put. Again, 463 put I'm holding on the Qs. We're basically flat right now on the trade, and we have a whole lot of time and room for this market to fall lower to get us in the money. My first trim, guys, on my QQQ 463 put is going to be right here, just above the pierce of this trend line, around 464.20, 464.15. I will trim about a third of the position. So I'm looking for 3 targets, 464.20. Then I'm looking for this previous little neckline retest. So depending on where we are, could be 463.40ish, and then obviously in the money. So let's see if we can get these trades. Apple's starting to lose some steam. QQQ still holding above pre-market high, which is technically a bullish sign. But I'm seeing the VIX showing some signs of positivity. It did get faded a touch, but looking to firm up in the near term. Qs. Now we're running into a bit of lighter volume in the indices. A bit of light volume in the indices can help this market remain a little bit more buoyant. Is this a micro head and shoulders pattern on the 1 minute chart? Potentially. We could see this as a micro. And that little downward shift and move takes us roughly about another 80-cent fall, if it triggers the neckline, to about 460, sub 464. Apple getting a nice bounce. Same with NVIDIA. Meta's still trading near the highs. That's still holding on to some slight positivity in the near term. S&P and Russell are still lagging tremendously. QQQ still slightly green. Microsoft slightly green. AVGO. So now you have some strength from Apple, Microsoft. Obviously green. Apple's up 5. Microsoft up 0.03. AVGO's up 0.62. Max and Solar going for another new high of day. Oil trying to perk back up. QQQ starting to see a bit more selling in this region. Qs are still hanging on to some slight positivity. Again, Bitcoin struggling here at 67K. SunPower down 5.26. Max and Solar up 7. GME slightly negative. So the Qs are still maintaining price structure here. Apple's starting to come down. Meta's and Google are trying to bottom here. So seeing a bit of resistance in Microsoft and Apple. NVDA obviously under pre-market low. That's never a good sign for the market. QQQ trying to break lower here. Again, I'm still riding a short on Apple, short on NVIDIA, and a QQQ 463 put. GME, guys, is getting sort of interesting in this region. It is trying to break out and trigger another inverse head and shoulders, going back to the green side of GME. I repeat, back to the green side of GME. How's WBA doing these days? Macy's, WBA. QQQ breaking down. Our cons are now in the money, or sorry, green. They're not in the money, but green on the trade. The 463. Honestly, let's take a peek at Apple. I'd have to say about a 190 put, or if you're wanting to be a more aggressive, 185 put. Probably give yourself 2 months on the clock. Yeah, I'd give yourself 2 months on the clock if you're looking at least 2 months. If you want to do more, that's probably even better. Obviously less reward, but I do think at least 2 months on the clock for if you're looking for put options on Apple. Because remember, I mean, a lot of funds have been dumping Apple chasing semis. Well, what if we go through a scenario here where funds start dumping semis and they look to reposition themselves in Apple? I mean, you look at the explosive moves NVIDIA's made, Microsoft has made. Apple still technically has lagged, although it has had a beautiful 8 weeks of a rally to the upside. But I'm just using common shares, personally speaking. But Ram, if you're looking at puts, I'd look for 190, 185 with at least 2 months on the clock. At least. In terms of a day trade, probably I think we retest at least 200, say even 199. I could see Apple retesting. I do think that this was a bit of a short squeeze pump, eliminating shorts ahead of tomorrow. And then I do think we sell off. QQQ coming down, guys. We're riding our puts. We are green. We are riding our puts. We're green on our NVIDIA. We're looking for our day trade Apple to come into fruition here. So you can see NVIDIA breaking down. Let's take a quick peek at Apple again. Anyone interested in an Apple leverage or an Apple bear ETF? AAPD is a bear ETF on Apple. It's not a levered, but it's just a 1-to-1 bear ETF on Apple. You can see Apple starting to break down and lose a little bit of steam here in the face of things, but still very, very strong. Arguably a bit of a head and shoulders potential triggering on Apple here. You can see the Qs have triggered its head and shoulders. Apple also trying to see a bit of sell side pressure. GME is trying to break out of the neckline, guys. So GME is looking a little bit more promising here. Qs are pushing right back up. If GME breaks this neckline, we have an upside target of about 26.30, which is about a 4% move or so from the neckline. So that's on watch. You can see Apple's recaptured some of its losses there. The Qs are still trying to come down a touch. Qs are basically back to the flat line. I mean, it's quite extraordinary, the rather large outsized moves that has been occurring in the market, but we really haven't seen the Qs give up much price action, just holding steady in this range. It's as if the market is on a dynamic holding pattern to ahead of CPI and FOMC. Nasdaq is trying to firm up. Yeah, so I did talk about Apple. You know, if you're looking for a day trade in options today, probably a 200 or a 199 strike is very aggressive. But as a swing trade short, I would look for about 190 put or 185 if you're more aggressive. But give yourself at least 2 months on the clock. I would give myself at least 2 months on the clock if you're looking at put options. But I'm not entering a put play on Apple. I just have common shares short. And recognizing that Apple still, it's into some major resistance now, but Apple has a secondary major resistance trend line on the weekly chart, which puts us around 207-ish. So just recognize that if you're taking put options, Apple can still press to 207. Okay? 8 weeks is very extended, but stocks can certainly get more extended. Max and Solar new high of day. Anyone still holding? Wonderful job. GME getting a little interesting here now, guys. GME is testing a bit of a breakout out of this neckline. You can see upside target is this 2630 zone. Really, really fascinating move on GameStop here, going for its pre-market high at 2568. So if you get above pre-market high, it could easily push back to 2730, guys. 2730. Apple pushing right back up, lifting the Qs. NVDA still struggling. All right, BTC seeing a little bit more selling. Still seeing some accumulation in the VIX. Wow, Max and Solar's squeezing, guys. It's now up on the session 9.93%. Anyone still long? That 171 target is coming up quickly. Coming up very quickly. Nova as well as another solar stock that's green. Sunrun is trying to almost turn the corner and go green, still lagging. SunPower's at an area of interest, trying to go green. Russell's trying to recapture its pre-market low. It's a positive sign. Apple's continuing to squeeze here, lifting the Qs, guys. So Apple's continuing to push. Let's see NVDA here. NVIDIA is still struggling under that pre-market low. You can see NVIDIA had an attempt at a breakout here and kind of failed in the near term. Still trying though. Still trying. I'm still short off the 121.25 level. Had an opportunity to take, about 1% on NVIDIA, but I'm looking for a little bit more. I do think that semis are going through a bit of distribution. Apple's kind of our signal that semis are going through a bit of distribution. The question is, how much distribution? Because we really haven't seen much yet in the semis. Max and Solar continuing to press. Enphase is trying to firm up itself, putting in a little bit of a bull flag on the 10-minute chart. GME getting sold into. No breakout yet on GME, guys. There's no breakout on GME. Apple going for a new high of day. We are still seeing the equity markets trying to maintain bullish structure and pushing a little bit higher here. The Russell's trying to firm up. Tesla's curling down. Bitcoin curling down. Apple at the highs. Apple new high of day. I repeat, Apple new high of day. Lifting the market here. Now up on the session, 5.65%. Quite extraordinary move on Apple. GME rolling back to the negative side. In terms of, again, some of our market movers, taking a look at these stocks, Apple just bolstering itself head and shoulders above everything in the NASDAQ today. Seeing FMC, Paramount, Vistra First Solar, GM, O'Reilly, Arista, some of your laggers. Again, financials, guys. Financials are telling me that something nasty is brewing here. You've seen regionals break down. Now you're seeing other big banking stocks showing some weakness. Bank of New York, Citigroup, Bank of America, JP Morgan. Apple's just ripping here, guys. I cannot believe this move in Apple. It's quite extraordinary. NVIDIA doing the opposite. Apple ridiculous here. Whoa. Wow. Now that's an extraordinary move in Apple. That is an extraordinary move in Apple. Take a look at Apple. New high of day. New high of day. NVIDIA doing the opposite. Still holding my NVIDIA short, my Apple short, my SOXS, and my QQQ. Qs are still trying to maintain a little bit more positive structure in the near term. That's a face-ripping rally in Apple. Hunter Biden found guilty of lying about drug use to buy a gun. That's Apple News top story that just came through the tape. Another reason for Biden's polls to go down. Or it seems, you know, in the case with Trump's convictions, his polls went up. But I doubt it will work the same for Biden. All right, NVIDIA breaking down here, guys. I am looking for a little bit lower price action in NVIDIA. My target is basically on NVIDIA. I'm looking for a move back down to sub 120. Sub 120. So another 70 cents or lower. Max and Solar pushing. Sunrun pushing. Enphase trying to push. SunPower trying to push here, guys. We are seeing some more buying pressure hitting the tape. QQQ seeing a little bit of selling. The question is Apple going to give up any sort of these gains? You know, a basic retrace, Fibonacci retrace of this entire up move takes you back to 201.62. A 382 retrace takes you back to 199, but Apple's got other plans. It's like, nope, I don't need a retrace. I'm just going to continue surging here. You know, you might as well dump everything else and just pile into Apple at this point. No, I don't do that. Don't do that. Look at that blow-off move in Apple. Quite extraordinary. Apple still grinding higher and higher, now up on the session over 6%. Quite extraordinary move on Apple. Solar stocks are firming up here, guys. Solar stocks are firming up. What a move. NVIDIA, we're still green on NVIDIA. Down on Apple. Apple's just a monster. Look at this move on Apple. Wow. What a crazy move. Definitely a short squeeze, guys. Definitely a short squeeze in the making for Apple. Apple's just single-handedly now lifting the Qs. NVIDIA coming lower. NVIDIA has a bit of a head and shoulders formation that it is triggering here. Let's just measure this downward move on NVIDIA to give us a downside target. You know, the strength in Apple, people are now dumping NVIDIA as it appears, and they're going back into Apple. Can Apple recapture its throne and surpass Microsoft? Let's see what Microsoft's market cap is sitting at right now. Microsoft's market cap is sitting at 3.18 trillion. And Apple's market cap is 3.14 trillion. So if Microsoft sees some decline and Apple holds steady, we could, believe it or not, see Apple regain the throne. Most people would not be expecting that. There's a lot of bearish sentiment around their new security laws and updates. But as of now, Apple's showing that investors are piling in on the long side. What a monster. Lifting the Qs to extraordinary heights. Bitcoin coming down again. Microsoft's trying to push. GME took a nice little dump, guys. So GME dumping here. Still see weakness in NVIDIA and semis. At some point, Apple will give up some of this price action. At some point, Apple will give up. There will be some profit taking, likely, but as of now, it's the strongest stock in the market. It's now approaching 11:30, guys. We've been trading a couple hours here, getting our ass dusted on Apple, but NVIDIA is working out nicely. NVIDIA is working out really nicely right now. Alright guys, so QQQ taking a little bit of a dump here. I still think the markets are going to pull back in a big way. It's proper risk management to move and take profits ahead of major fundamental events. We are seeing the SOXS peak up here. We're basically flat on the SOXS, down slightly on the 463 put on the Qs, and as of now getting slightly killed on the Apple short. NVIDIA has triggered a bit of a head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart here below pre-market low. Downside target takes you to 119. But it could go even lower than that, especially if Apple gives up some of these gains. We are seeing Meta starting to fall. Yep, head and shoulders on the 1 minute. Nice spotting that, Paul. I see that too. Dixie's softening up a touch here. You do have the Russell trying to recapture the 200 level. And again, Apple's still phenomenally strong. So until Apple breaks down, it could keep this market buoyant. You've seen a lot of selling happen in Google, Amazon, Tesla today, NVIDIA, and Apple hasn't been phased. So at some point, if Apple doesn't break down, the selling could abate in those other mega cap names, and you could see the Qs actually push higher. But the big level on the Qs I'm looking at is that 460 pre-market high. We lose 460 and you do run the risk of going back down to pre-market low on the Qs. So I'm still remaining short. I still think that this equity market is kind of going a little bit bananas on the back of Apple. But right now, typically when you see semiconductors lagging the market, that's generally a bit of a sign that these indices could run into steam. You are still seeing the VIX showing some slight signs of accumulation. The dollar's still strong, although it's faded a touch from the highs. Yields are weak, but bouncing off of the lows. Nat gas still strong, and oil at the moment taking a little bit of a bullish recovery and trying to go green. I am going to wrap up the stream here because it is now approaching that lunchtime. So again, in terms of my NVIDIA target, I'm looking for a target of about 119.50. QQQ, I still think the QQQ is likely going to probably at least try to retest this 463.80 area and likely a little bit more. This is potentially our first little lower high in the Qs. Let's see if we take out this low and make a lower low. Okay, so Qs are still holding up steady at the moment because Apple's pressing, but we are starting to see Meta break down. Meta's been stuck in a range all morning, but it is giving up some price action along with Amazon. Amazon making new lows on the session. So we should see the indices break down once Apple sees some profit taking. On that note, thank you all for tuning into the live stream. I will hop back on a little bit later in the afternoon. We crushed GameStop today. We crushed Maxon Solar, and it's been a nice little session here in the live day trade room. So thank you all, and we'll see you a bit later. Just going to go eat some lunch. Guys, I just covered half of my NVDA short for a beautiful little win there, and I'm going to move stops to break even. So I'm moving stop to in the money here. In the money stop is observed at 120.34, so a nice little win there on NVIDIA. Nice little win on NVIDIA, about 1.19%. QQQ still coming down a touch here. All right, guys.
Profiting off of his family's name, doing everything he could to make money, and then apparently allegedly not paying taxes on everything that he got.
All right. I'm going to ask our three guests to stick with us for a couple moments. We need to get a reset on these markets, and for that, we're going to check in with Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, Paul. Here's what's going on. We've got NASDAQ holding on to a gain right now, higher by 9, little change right now. The S&P 500 index down 12, drop there of just about 0.2%. The Dow now lower by 204 points for the Dow, a drop of just about 0.5%. 10-year 4.44%. We have got the 2-year yielding 4.85%. Spot gold, little change now, up 92 cents the ounce to 23.11. And West Texas Intermediate crude now higher by 0.6%. WTI 78.22 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line, looking at a mixed market right now. Yes, we are off session lows, but still a 12-point drop in the S&P 500 index.
Guys, QQQ breaking down here, big decline. I'm just covering some of my put options. I'm covering some of my put options here on the Qs. I just trimmed a little bit of the 463 puts at 48 cents. Guys, huge decline there, huge decline. Beautiful little trade there. Boom, I covered half. I'm going to leave the rest on the table, see if we can get them in the money, but what a trade there. Those QQQ puts are now at 50 cents. Boom. Beautiful, beautiful little decline. NVIDIA broke down. NVIDIA, I just covered my full NVIDIA position at the lows there, 119.36, guys. 119.36 covered my NVIDIA. Whew. That's a beautiful little win there. Again, QQQ bouncing sharply off of that resistance. So again, 463 put, I'm riding now half of them, but I did cover half at 48 cents. We are still up on the trade nicely, and I am going to tune you back into the live stream here of
The only
Bloomberg.
stock in the Magnificent Seven that has not ever split its shares. Meta shares today, they are trading lower. Right now, we've got Meta down by 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pello, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jess Menton sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast. The news here just breaking moments ago. Hunter Biden convicted of gun charges by a jury in Delaware. We've been breaking that down with a team of guests here. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, she's a Bloomberg Politics contributor and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Also, we have Eric Larson, Bloomberg legal reporter here in our studio, and Kaylee Lyons, co-host of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television, joins us here. Kaylee, we were talking with Joe earlier. I mean, what's the feeling within D.C. about this news about the conviction of Hunter Biden, and most importantly, what it means for President Biden and his campaign?
Well, certainly there's implications potentially for his campaign, Paul, as this is his son that has now been convicted of gun crimes, and it brings a great deal of uncomfortable scrutiny to the entire Biden family, as this is a story of not just crime, but also drug addiction that his son has been dealing with. But it also potentially could have a kind of reverse political ramification in that Joe Biden has also been fielding a lot of accusations from his opponent in November, Donald Trump, as well as others in the Republican Party, that the justice system has been weaponized against the former president. Now that same justice system has found a jury of 12 finding his son guilty of 3 separate crimes. So potentially it could throw some cold water on that whole weaponization argument. Nonetheless, it still presents not just great political difficulty, but personal difficulty as well. We have heard repeatedly from President Biden that he loves his son, that he's proud of him for his recovery and his effort to stay sober after his period of addiction. He has also said he will not be pardoning him of these crimes. He said as much just days ago. So it's definitely taxing for the first family, especially as President Biden is now, after this news today, going to have to get on a plane to Italy for the G7 and carry on the duties of the presidency while the entire Biden family deals with the ramifications of this.
Jeannie, want to bring you back into this conversation. To Kaylee's point, Hunter Biden has become actually the first child of a sitting U.S. president to be convicted of crimes. When Kaylee was talking about ramifications, what do you foresee what could come in the wake of this after Hunter Biden was found guilty of gun charges by a federal court in Delaware?
Yeah, I think one of the things many people close to Joe Biden and people who love him are very, very worried about the toll this is going to take on the 81-year-old president as he looks at his only living son facing jail time as a result of this, and to Kaylee's point, another trial. So I think number one is going to be the personal toll on he and the First Lady. I think politically and from an electoral perspective, there is the concern that we are seeing in polls, granted they are still early, that you may see some Democratic supporters move away from the president. Emerson says that's about 11% of Democratic voters who may not vote for Joe Biden as a result of this verdict. Whether that comes to fruition or not in November is a question. But again, the tax charges, I think, are politically much more of a problem for Joe Biden than is the gun, because as embarrassing as these revelations were, the idea about the taxes over $1 million, if he's convicted of that, potentially starts to make Hunter Biden once again the lightning rod that he has been for Republicans, and gives them a way to continue to pursue him in the wake of the fact that they haven't been able to make much headway on impeachment of his father.
Eric, got a question for you, then we'll let you go here. Sentencing here. Any sense of timing when we'll hear about the sentencing? What's a typical case like this look like?
Honestly, they haven't said when the sentencing will be yet. I think they'll try to do it relatively quickly. Obviously, these preparations for this other trial could be taken into consideration if they're looking to delay the sentencing, perhaps until after the election. I'm sure that's what they would love to have happen, but it's likely to happen before the election.
Okay. All right, Eric, thanks so much for joining us. Eric Lawson, Bloomberg legal reporter. I want to bring in Jeff Feely, Bloomberg legal reporter. He's joining us outside the courthouse here. Jeff, tell us what's the feeling, what's the mood like outside the courthouse?
Well, there's relief because nobody really wanted to stay for a very long deliberation on this. Not a complicated case, so it took only about 3 hours for the jury to convict him. We got some protesters outside, calling the Biden family, the Biden crime family. It's your typical sort of showmanship. So.
I want to bring Kaylee back in real quick because you obviously are all over Capitol Hill for us. When it comes to any sort of statements coming out of any political figures in Congress, have you heard anything just yet in the wake of this?
We actually have, Jess. We got a statement from Jim Comer, the chair of the Oversight Committee, who has been one of those individuals who have been leading the impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden, into what he calls the entire Biden crime family. And he said this in a statement. Hunter Biden's.
We are Innovatex. We see ourselves as an extension of your brand. Together, we'll help you find the ideal promotional product solution. Promotional products can further your brand's mission, whether that's through corporate gifting, employees onboarding, or trade show promotion. Ultimately, when you promote your brand the right way with the right products, your clients can win and your business can flourish. With over 20 years of experience, we know how to ensure your next gift is the perfect one. Learn more about how Innovatex Solutions can help your business grow with custom promotional products.
A bit of a shock because we didn't expect that, and a bit of fear as well too because we didn't really know what that meant.
She's definitely feisty, and she tells you what she's thinking.
How's it going?
You can really tell they love the kids and they're there to help. So it's really amazing.
CHIO provides the best, but we also need to help support them in providing the best.
Was found guilty on this charge. The real thing that the DOJ should be investigating, they're not, which is this Biden crime family, the connections with the brother, et cetera, and all the way up to the president. So I think we will hear more of that from Donald Trump. But again, surprisingly, in the last few weeks, he has been more muted on this. Somebody said more humanistic, if you will, and talking about it from the perspective of addiction and his own brother's unfortunate alcoholism, which led to his death, which was, not what you'd expect from Donald Trump necessarily, but what we heard in his latest interview with Sean Hannity.
Let's bring Jeff Feely back in. Bloomberg legal reporter, you're standing outside the courthouse. You were talking to us about the mood outside of there right now. What else are you seeing at this point?
There's some spectators across the street watching the circus, and there's a bunch of media people waiting for the lawyers to come out and do a press event. So that's pretty much the scene from here.
Do we know when that press event would take place?
Sometime, in the next, I assume, half hour or so.
Hey, Kaylee, I'm looking at the president's schedule for the remainder of today. He's delivering remarks at 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time at Everytown's Gun Sense University at the Washington Hilton. Then he'll go back to the White House. And then at 2:30, the White House press briefing by Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. So there will be a couple of opportunities here this afternoon for the president or the administration to deliver remarks. Do you expect something there or maybe even something separate?
Yeah, the question is whether Joe Biden will stray from his prepared remarks that he's set to give at that Everytown event this afternoon, Paul, and actually potentially answer a question on Hunter Biden's conviction, or whether he will do so just in a written statement, perhaps, and leave the rest up to the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, to handle in the briefing. But obviously, the White House is going to have to address this in some form, as this is the president's son that we are talking about. We have heard consistently similar messaging from President Biden and other members of his family, just that they support their son and in his effort toward recovery. They really haven't strayed that far from it. And the Biden administration, and President Biden specifically, has really been trying to take a hands-off approach with the entire way this system of justice has worked thus far. Again, as I've said, as we have all said repeatedly, he has said he would not pardon his son after being found guilty of these crimes, convicted of these crimes. And he's also just really not entered himself into these proceedings whatsoever. I would remind you that we saw a number of members of the Biden family in court. Jill Biden, the first lady, was there almost every single day, but Joe Biden himself never was in attendance. So it'll be interesting to see what he does in the aftermath here. If he indeed does say anything to the camera, whether it is traveling back to the White House today or traveling en route to Italy for the G7. And again, I still am checking the statements and releases page on the White House website, refreshing every 5 seconds. Nothing yet in terms of a statement or reaction.
We always appreciate your hard work. That's Kaylee Lyons, co-host of Balance of Power. And now I want to jump back in and bring in Jeannie here, who kind of covers the political optics of how all of this sort of plays out, especially because we do obviously have the U.S. presidential election in November. You know, what's next here when you're looking from that sort of point of view, Jeannie, and what you think is important moving forward?
Yeah, I don't think that this conviction is going to weigh particularly heavily from an electoral perspective beyond the personal toll it takes on the president. I would say something very different if we do see the trial on the tax fraud in Los Angeles in the fall. I think that could potentially be a much bigger issue electorally due to the timing and also the nature of that trial. I suspect the president will make some remark about this, but given how Joe Biden tends to communicate with reporters lately, it'll probably be when he is going to the plane and there'll be engines roaring and people running around, and he'll say something that we can't quite make out. But I think we'll see something like that, and I think we'll see a statement. But those statements are going to be really, I love my son, I support him, I want him to be fully recovered, and keep it at that. So I think they're going to try to keep this wall that they've put up between the campaign and this trial. I think one thing to note, ironically or not, is that this trial was just streets away from the campaign headquarters in Wilmington. Just the fact that they are so close and he has been convicted so close to his father's campaign headquarters is stunning in and of itself geographically.
So I guess next step, the campaign trail, they're going to be on the road every day between now and November 5 here. We've got the debates.
You also have the Republican National Convention in mid-July, and then obviously the DNC will come in mid-August too.
Yep, exactly. And then we've got the debates as well. From a debate strategy standpoint, how do you handle all these things? The Democrats with President Trump and the Republicans with Hunter Biden.
Yeah, I think one thing to watch out for, the president has been calling Donald Trump a convicted felon, as has the campaign. I don't know if they will pull back from that a little bit, given what's happened with Hunter today. So it'll be interesting to see if any of the language changes. But I do think the president, if it's raised in the debate, will say he's my son, I love him. We can't forget that Donald Trump has children himself. And of course, those children have faced lots of questions about the money that they have gotten and taken. We have just seen with his son-in-law, the money, the issue of what he's going to do with the money he has just gotten. So he has his own questions with his children. So maybe he'll want to stray away from it just for that reason alone. But I do think that in this case, it's not going to weigh as heavily electorally. But again, we have other cases to come with Hunter Biden, maybe not with the president, but we are waiting for that immunity decision by the Supreme Court. So we are not going to escape sort of the intertwining of the criminal justice system, the justice system, and our electoral system in a way we've never seen in American politics. So it is, uncharted territory, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely, all the way around. All right, Jeannie, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your time here. Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Bloomberg Politics contributor and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. So again, significant news out here for the Biden family, for Hunter Biden, found guilty on gun charges by a jury in a Delaware trial. While we were away, the markets have been kind of churning a little bit lower here. We have the S&P 500 off a third of 1%, the Dow off 225 points, that's about 0.6%, and the Nasdaq's only down about 8 points here.
Financial stocks, if you look at the S&P 500, using the IMAP function, it'll break down the industry groups in the index. So you can see the financial sector down more than 1%. We had talked about the BKX earlier, obviously tracking bigger banks and some regionals as well being under pressure there. So you're seeing some bigger names like JP Morgan down more than 2%, but then also some regional names too. Obviously, this is day one of the Federal Reserve decision that we will actually get tomorrow afternoon. So the meeting starts today. And then, of course, we do have a CPI at 8:30 tomorrow, Washington time. So still a lot of other things ahead for markets in the next couple days.
Continuing to be a good day for Apple. Apple's
That's
up about
right.
5.9% today, all-time high for Apple.
Trading at records.
Yeah, exactly. Has a $3.13 trillion market cap on the back of some pretty positive moves in the world of AI and integrating AI onto all of the Apple products that we have. So we'll keep an eye on that.
That's right.
Yields coming in just slightly. 10-year Treasury off about 2 basis points, 4.44%. And WTI crude oil up slightly, just over $78 a share. Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines. That starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Hunter Biden is found guilty on all three. What does it mean for the race? Welcome to the fastest show in politics, as the president's son is convicted on 3 gun charges by a jury in Delaware. We'll get the latest on the actual trial from June Grasso at Bloomberg Law, insights from former Watergate prosecutor Nick Ackerman, and we'll turn to the political side of this. What will be the impact, if any, on this race? Former Republican Congressman Denver Riggleman, who had his hands on Hunter Biden's laptop, will join us, along with our signature panel, Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis. It's all after a look at Wall Street. We start there right now with Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Lots going on. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red, right to the numbers. A slide in banks weighing on stocks ahead of tomorrow's Fed decision. That'll happen 2 o'clock Wall Street time. The news conference with Fed Chair Jay Powell, 2:30 p.m. on Bloomberg Radio and Television. Right to the numbers with the S&P down 17, drop now of 0.3%. The Dow down 247, down 0.6. We've got NASDAQ lower by 10, a decline of just under 0.1%. 10-year 4.44%, the 2-year 4.85%. Spot gold down 73 cents the ounce, 23.10, virtually flat on the day. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, 78.11 for a barrel of WTI. A day after WWDC, we've got Apple shares climbing to a record, up now by just about 5.8%. Up next, CPI report, FOMC decision, Anna Wong, chief U.S. economist at Bloomberg Economics.
I think Powell will be dovish. I also think that the Fed will not be alarmed by the jobs report last Friday in either way, either by the rising unemployment rate or the very strong non-farm payroll.
That's Anna Wong recapping S&P down 16, down 0.1%. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Get that man a lozenge, and welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. Here we are again on the radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube, and we do have breaking news. If you've been with us just a couple of hours ago, Hunter Biden, has it even been that long? Not even. An hour ago, Hunter Biden convicted on gun charges by a jury in Delaware. We saw it coming. It's only 3 counts, and we were told with overwhelming evidence this should not be a long deliberation, and it wasn't. 3 up and 3 down. And as you wonder, we keeps asking, what's Joe Biden going to do? What will he say? How does the White House handle this? We got the statement. This is officially from the President of the United States. I'm going to read the whole thing for you. Quote, as I said last week, I am the president, but I am also a dad. Jill and I love our son, and we are so proud of the man he is today. So many families who have had loved ones battle addiction understand the feeling of pride, seeing someone you love come out the other side and be so strong and resilient in recovery. Joe Biden goes on to write, as I also said last week, I will accept the outcome of this case and will continue to respect the judicial process as Hunter considers an appeal. Jill and I will always be there for Hunter and the rest of our family with love and support. Nothing will ever change that, unquote. So that's how he's going to handle it. He will be speaking later today. Questions about whether he might indulge the press with something in person. We'll find out about that. But this is the first statement, the first reaction from the White House. June Grasso has been all over this from the beginning, and she's with us now from New York. Of course, the host of Bloomberg Law. We knew it would be pretty quick here, June. 3 counts guilty. Do we have a sentencing date? What actually happens next procedurally?
The judge didn't set a sentencing date yet, but she said it's within usually about 120 days. So that puts it in October, I think. And then we'll find out. I mean, it's not, though he is facing, and we say facing, like the max he could get is 25 years. Mm-hmm. There's also a chance that he could get probation because, and we have to go through the sentencing guidelines to look at, this is like a mathematical calculation that federal prosecutors who do these kinds of cases and defense attorneys know how to do. But there is a chance that he could just get probation according to what I'm seeing because the gun wasn't used in any kind of a crime and he only had it for 11 days. But we'll learn more about that as we go through the guidelines.
Well, understood. Yeah, it's to your point. 2 of the gun counts carry a prison term as long as 10 years. Another punishable by as many as 5. Brings us to a potential 25-year term. How about fines, though? Would they not be more likely?
Well, I think fines would be in order. I think is it $250,000 for the 2 counts, each of the 2 counts.
You're the expert.
Yeah. Well, I'm not actually expert on the sentencing guidelines unless I study them. So I think that the fines are pretty high, and yeah, she might do a fine as well. But what's important here is that, despite what Donald Trump has been saying about the justice system, here you have a case where the Biden Justice Department prosecuted the president's son, and there was a guilty verdict, and you're going to have a Trump-appointed judge give the sentence. So it's kind of hard to argue, although I'm sure they will, it's kind of hard to argue that the system is, biased.
Right, and this is federal court as opposed to the New York court that Donald Trump was in. Are we going to hear from the Department of Justice? Is there a news conference? Are they treating it that way, June, because of the level of scrutiny that this case is getting?
That's an interesting question because it is the special counsel here, and that special counsels have been subject to a lot of criticism. This special counsel was appointed at the sort of the last minute because he requested, and there's this mystery about why he needed to be a special counsel. Was it just so he could bring, because it's the same counsel who was investigating Hunter Biden in Delaware, so he could bring cases in Delaware and he could bring the case in California, the tax case. So it'll be interesting to see. I would think not, because federal prosecutors are different from state prosecutors who go out there, a lot of them elected, and they go out and they talk after the verdict and give themselves kudos, etc. So federal prosecutors keep it closer to the vest, and since there's another case pending, I would think that he might not do a press conference. I mean, look at how many press conferences Jack Smith has given and how how illuminating they've been, 5 minutes of a statement. So I don't think so, but it's always possible.
It's really interesting. You've been good at crystallizing this case because as we write, there's been some very sensational and emotional testimony, family members and ex-lovers. You can read about it on the terminal, talking about Hunter's drug-fueled lifestyle when he was in the throes of addiction to crack cocaine. But what we're talking about here, a deeply personal matter for the Biden family, is whether he checked a box, June, as you've stated.
I know. It's the prosecution, the closing argument said we had to do this. But did they really have to do it the way they did it? I mean, they dragged him through the mud in, ways that you mentioned, and also, the kind of pictures that they showed, the laptop, and they had the evidence. So I don't think they had to really go to that length to do it, but maybe they just wanted to make sure the jury saw him for who he was. What's interesting is I think that the defense kind of blew up its case because during their case, they had Naomi Biden, and she was supposed to testify, which she did, that her father, she saw him around that time, and he seemed really good, he seemed healthy. But on cross-examination, the prosecution brought out these text messages from around the time when the gun was being purchased that showed that he was, he couldn't be found. She was like, where are you? Am I going to see you? And then all of a sudden he pops up and says, I need the car. And it was 2 a.m. So and then you saw what happened was all of a sudden the defense said, no more witnesses today, when his uncle was supposed to testify. And there was apparently, some yelling, according to one report, from the room, and then the defense rested without calling Hunter Biden. So the defense had a tough road. I think the only thing they were hoping for was jury nullification, that some of the jurors would say, we have people in our family who are addicted, and there are several jurors who've been through the whole process, and we don't think that he should be, prosecuted or sentenced for filling that box out. But that obviously didn't happen at all. The jurors were, didn't let their family experiences get in the way of their decision.
Yeah. All right. June Grasso, we thank you, as always, the host of Bloomberg Law. Thanks for being with us here in the clutch as we had the voice of Nick Ackerman. I'm glad to say he's with us, the former assistant U.S. attorney, former assistant special Watergate prosecutor. Mr. Ackerman, great to see you here. Thanks for joining now that we have a verdict. Has this whole argument about the weaponization of the Justice Department been put to bed?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's pretty obvious if the Department of Justice is going after the president's son, that you can't very well say the Department of Justice is weaponized, not to mention the fact that you also have the prosecution of Senator Menendez that's going on in the Southern District of New York, a Democratic senator from New Jersey. So I think it's pretty obvious that the Department of Justice is an equal opportunity prosecutor, whether you're a Democrat, an independent, or anything else. If you commit a crime, you're going to pay for it.
What's your take on this case? We spent so much time talking about Donald Trump's legal journey. I'm not sure you've spoken to the veracity of this case or what many people say in the legal community is the unusual nature of this case for someone to be brought down on felony charges like this in a case that involves addiction. How do you see it, Nick Ackerman?
It's pretty unusual. And so unusual, I don't know why they even bothered to go to trial, in a sense, because either they should have made a deal or he should have just eaten the indictment and pled to all 3 counts before the trial started. They had to have known right from the get-go that there were these text messages during the period of time when he signed that form and filled in those boxes and also possessed the gun, even though it was for a short period of time. They knew that there was evidence that Hunter Biden was still addicted and was still taking crack cocaine. So I don't understand for a second why they even bothered to go to trial on this thing, because if he had just pled guilty and decided right from the beginning he was going to eat the indictment, all 3 counts, he would have at least under the federal sentencing guidelines gotten 2 points for basically admitting his guilt, which is a big item. And so I think all of this augurs for the other case in California. I just think he has to plead guilty to that as well. He's got to make a deal or plead guilty. The amount of time he's going to get is not going to be significant, if at all. And there's just no point in going through with this.
So Nick Ackerman says plead guilty in the tax evasion. That's $1 million in taxes he allegedly did not pay. Nick, what kind of a sentence would he be in for if he played along like that?
Well, again, $1 million, yes, but he's already paid back the taxes. He's paid back, I believe, all the penalties. He's already made his amends with the IRS. Normally, under circumstances like that, where somebody's addicted, there is a good shot that the person wouldn't even be prosecuted in the first instance. So to me, as a criminal defense lawyer, as well as having been a prosecutor, I think you just have to go in, take your lumps, and argue that this is a case for probation. I mean, I think that is the approach he should be taking at this point, and should have taken before.
We saw a statement. Well, and of course, there was a plea deal at one point in this case, and I want to ask you about the statement from the President of the United States. He's already said he will not pardon Hunter Biden. He says, I will accept the outcome of this case and will continue to respect the judicial process as Hunter considers an appeal. Will there be an appeal? What's their case going to be?
I think there is going to be an appeal based on the Second Amendment. It's hard to believe that that's going to go very far or it's going to be successful. But I suppose he's got nothing to lose by doing that, even after he's sentenced. An appeal will go before the circuit court and then possibly the Supreme Court. I just find it hard to believe that an appellate court is going to say that this statute is some way violative of the Second Amendment.
Fascinating. We're spending time with Nick Ackerman, as he just said, a criminal defense attorney, but also noted former Watergate prosecutor. As we consider the last 24 hours in which Donald Trump sat down for his first interview with a probation officer, that's not getting any conversation today, Nick, because this Hunter Biden news just broke. But I wonder your thought on the way this was handled. He was allowed to do this virtually, and he was allowed to have his lawyer in the room, which we understand is not typical for most defendants in a criminal case like this. Should he have been afforded those exceptions?
Well, first of all, I think the interview by Zoom is not necessarily a big exception. Since the pandemic, I know that there are others who have also had that ability to be able to be interviewed by probation over Zoom. So I don't see that being a big deal. The fact that his lawyer was there, normally in the federal system, the lawyer is present for those kinds of conversations. So I don't, I know the judge allowed this exception based on the request by the attorneys. I don't see this being a big deal. And look, he's being treated just like anybody else. He's being interviewed by probation. The big issue, I suppose, with probation is going to be whether he essentially evinces any kind of remorse for what he did, which it's hard to believe he would based on the statements he's been making since the conviction. So I don't see how this interview is going to help him anyway. If anything, I think it's going to be a big negative that's going to be given to the judge for sentencing purposes.
How about that? I ask you this because there was a statement from a group of public defender groups, including the Legal Aid Society, the Bronx Defenders, and said these exceptions made for Trump are not typically afforded to low-income defendants. I think the idea here is if I had a public defender, they would not be allowed to join me in that room. Whether that moves the needle for you at all, Nick, where are you on potential sentencing? Because to your point, that's where this interview is heading.
Yeah, well, obviously, I saw that statement, and look, I don't think materially it makes a difference that Trump did it by Zoom or that he had his lawyer present. I think the real question comes down to just what you just asked: what is the sentence going to be? And I would be surprised if he does not get some jail time, mainly because Michael Cohen, the witnesses who testified against him, served 3 years as a result of this crime in part. Also, Alan Weisselberg, who was one of the architects of setting up this false document scheme with Trump's approval, has already is going to be, at the end of the day, have served 6 months at Rikers Island for other offenses. So I think it's going to be hard for the judge to justify why those two people serve time and Donald Trump is not. So I think that's his big problem here, is that there are others that were as culpable and less culpable than him that were involved in this that have spent some time in jail.
Wow. July 11th, right? I don't know if you're busy, Nick, but we're going to be calling you. Great to see you again. Nick Ackerman with us on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, the fastest show in politics on this day, Hunter Biden becomes the first son of a president of the United States to be convicted on criminal charges. We'll have much more ahead on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:20 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks trading mix, little change on NASDAQ right now, up barely, up by about 1 point. S&P in the red, down 17, down 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 290, a decline of 0.7%. 10-year, 4.45% with a 2-year yielding 4.85%. Gold down $3 the ounce, down 0.2%. 23.07, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.4%, 78.02 for a barrel of WTI. A slide in banks weighing on stocks ahead of the Fed decision tomorrow. Among some of those bank names, JP Morgan Chase down 2.5%. We've got Citigroup down 3.7%. Wells Fargo down 1.4%. GM has authorized a new $6 billion share buyback plan, is improving profitability in its primary business, and growth in EVs allow the automaker to return cash to shareholders. General Motors shares, they're advancing now. We've got GM up by just about 0.8%. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed. The Dow, the S&P in the red. 17-point drop right now for the S&P, down 0.3%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you. We'll be back to Charlie a bit later on this hour to keep tabs on markets as we talk politics here on Balance of Power. Thank you for joining us for the Tuesday edition on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now by searching Bloomberg Global News. Building shook a little bit when the Hunter headlines broke. Redhead on the terminal, Hunter Biden convicted, gun charges by a jury in Delaware. No one's surprised. We were told yesterday, overwhelming evidence, only 3 charges. Deliberations should not take long, and here we are as we try to pick through this from a legal perspective and explore the potential political ramifications. As I already told you, we've heard from Joe Biden today saying he will stand by his son. This is a personal matter, obviously, for the Bidens. The First Lady was in the courtroom for the bulk of this roughly week-long trial. But I have an important conversation to bring you, and it's a familiar voice if you watch or listen to this program. Denver Riggleman, the former Republican congressman, former Air Force intelligence officer, former member of the House Freedom Caucus, is also a data analyst and has a firm that specializes in data forensics, and in fact went to work with as a consultant with Hunter Biden's legal team to take a look inside the laptop and follow any number of allegations that have been brought by Republicans. And Denver's with us right now. It's good to have you back, sir. I wonder your thoughts, having spent the time that you did also as a technical consultant for the January 6th committee. You actually looked inside this laptop. You've been around the horn a number of times on this, and as you've told us, you have a personal relationship, a friendship, if I can call it that, with Hunter Biden. Did you ever think that the conviction, if there was going to be one, would come from a checked box here, in this case, on a gun form?
Yeah, I mean, I think, when you look at it, first of all, it's really hard to get your arms around. I had a brother convicted of a minor drug offense that ended up being actually a felony. And you're thinking, well, it's just marijuana, but he had broken the law. And I remember the sadness in our family when he went to jail. And I can't imagine the sadness, that Hunter Biden's family has right now. But when you looked at the evidence and what had happened, regardless of the years that had passed and the effort that Hunter has put into his own life, which is extraordinary, I think when you look at the black and white language of the law, I'm not surprised at the guilty verdict, Joe. It's just not really surprising at all. And when you talk about looking in the laptop, I know it's an incredible question. I actually looked at the data supposedly from the laptop. And there's multiple laptops, which a lot of people don't know. And that's another question, another thing. But there's multiple lawsuits out there about that specific data that's supposedly from the laptop. That's why I don't get into it too much, even with idiots on Twitter and X, But I think that they're like, we'll prove the negative. It's ridiculous. But looking at, there's really no impeachment thing going to happen. We know there's no huge, there's no financial crime, stuff that's coming out of the Comer committee or things like that. That's sort of gone. But this right here was a specific charge. And I think, Joe, I think it's no surprise, to anyone that he was found guilty on this.
We got a statement both from Hunter Biden and from his attorney, Abbe Lowell. We're naturally disappointed by today's verdict. Lowell writes, "We respect the jury process, and as we've done throughout this case, we'll continue to vigorously pursue all the legal challenges available to Hunter." So what will this appeal look like, or what should it look like, Denver?
It's interesting, and Joe, I'm not a lawyer. I'm, just a lowly former congressman and data analytic counterterrorism expert and company owner and distillery owner. But I think what this means, Abbe Lowell's an incredible attorney. I know him personally also. I think what they're going to look at again is really how long the charges are, but almost a compassionate look at what has happened to Hunter since then. But as far as the appeals process, I think it's really going to depend on the sentencing. I'm really wondering, if Hunter gets jail time. I think it's possible he does get some jail time here. And again, what does that do with the ridiculousness that we saw before the verdict, where you had the far right or people that were Trump supporters saying he was going to get off? I mean, it destroys that narrative. I don't think that makes any difference with the breathlessness of deep state and globalist conspiracy theories that seem to have, captured MAGA, Joe. But I think the appeals process with Abbe, he knows, where he really does know where the gaps are in a prosecutorial case and what he can exploit based on the rule of law. But think about what he said. He respects the jury process. That's really not something you got out of the Trump team on his 34 convictions. So I think it's just that stark contrast the rule of law and individuals who respect American institutions and those who don't.
So let's get to the politics of it, Denver. That's the world in which you come from and we tend to talk about here. You mentioned some important names, or at least one of them, James Comer. I could mention Jim Jordan as well. Everyone's asking what this means for the presidential election. I'm curious what it means for these two chairs in the Republican House who wanted to impeach Joe Biden and might be emboldened by this verdict.
You know, if they're emboldened by a guilty verdict of a recovering addict, that really, you know, I think it would be pretty amazing for them to try to pursue this based on the fact that the gun charge was a specific thing that Hunter Biden did that really had nothing to do with the laptop politics. It's a really specific charge, and there's so many differences, say, between the gun charge, the tax charges, and what the impeachment proceedings are. These are three huge different wickets, you know, that they're going after. So if they try to reboot this, I think what's going to happen is you know what they're going to do? They're going to war game this out. There's going to be a political backlash because now you have this duplicity, right, where you have Hunter Biden being convicted and Donald Trump with his 34 counts, where the question is going to be, hold on a second. You guys certainly have failed up to this point. It was actually legal. We have a legal proceeding for this. What are you guys doing where you're trying to reboot this? We're using American taxpayer money where it's already been discredited. I think there is going to be some wargaming on that side, but we're also so close to the election, Joe. I don't know if it matters that much. I don't think the far right's going to change. I don't think there's going to be anybody else who changes their vote, you know, to Trump, you know, based on the fact that they're doing this. I don't think that happens. I think the gaslighting and the deep state conspiracy theories are so entrenched in a large portion of our population. I just don't know if it matters.
We talked earlier with Nick Ackerman, the former Watergate prosecutor, who suggested that if he were giving Hunter Biden legal advice, he'd just go ahead and plead guilty in the next trial for more favorable treatment. What do you think about that?
You know, listen, I think for me, you know, if you're trying to fix your life and you've done things in the past, you're talking about, you know, offenses that happened years and years ago, I think there's a willingness or a pride to where you want to fight. It depends, I think, on what they see the sentencing. Again, I don't think he's going to plead guilty on the tax charges. I just don't see that happening. The fact that he paid those taxes back, I think it's going to be an interesting case. I think it's probably more complex than the gun case, to be honest. I think this was rather straightforward. I don't see him pleading guilty on those charges, or maybe some limited plea on specific charges, maybe another plea deal. But again, I just don't see if they don't offer them a plea deal, I just don't see him pleading guilty at this point. Of course, you know, Joe, sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong, but I just don't see him pleading guilty at this point.
It's a very insightful statement. When you're trying to fix your life, you might be more likely to fight. As we spend time with Denver Riggleman in our last minute or two here, Denver, we're going to hear from the special counsel, David Weiss. Looks like coming up top of the hour, about a half an hour from now, we're told he will not take questions. What do you think he'll say?
I think he's going to say that he's going to have to really toe the line. I think he's going to say he respects the jury process also. But here's what I want to watch for. If it's something like nobody's above the law and it's cocksure and it's preening, I think it's going to come off as ludicrous because he is a Trump-appointed attorney. I think what they need to say is they need to respect somebody who's trying to come back from addiction and all the addicts that are out there, including members of my family who've gone through this. And I think they need to recognize that, yes, he broke the rule of law and he needs to be held accountable, but this is somebody trying to fix their life. So I would actually hope that David Weiss would go for leniency on sentencing. I don't see that happening, but I think that's the right thing to do. But, you know, right and politics are sometimes mutually exclusive, my friend. And so it could be, you know, so it could be a cocksure preening, you know, we knew we were right the whole time. But my guess is it won't be, because I think it comes off as gratuitous if he does that.
Well, you and I both know that everyone's family is exposed to this somehow. I refuse to believe that any family is spared this experience when it comes to addiction. I have less than a minute. Is the weaponization argument over?
Oh, no.
No.
I mean, no. I mean, I still think it should be over if you're sane and you have any rational thought in your pea brain, right? But I think that, honestly, I think they're going to try to find another way to slant angle this on the far right and Trump supporters. And now it's going to be always going to get out of jail time. I don't think he does, but we'll see. I hope he does. But I don't think it's really going to change the weaponization argument at all from the far right. I think they're so embedded in it and they really have no way to get out of it that they're going to try to continue it in some ridiculous conspiracy-infested way.
I told you I was going to bring you a different conversation, and that's always what it is with Denver Riggleman. It's great to have you back, and I appreciate your personal insights today, Denver. You can't talk about this without feeling some level of personal impact, knowing that this is a story of addiction. It's a story of personal behavior. It's a very messy story here, if you want to read about it on the terminal, and one that the Biden family was obviously struggling with for the last week. We're going to hear from the special prosecutor, as we mentioned, coming up top of the hour. We'll have more on the political ramifications of all of this with our political panel. Rick and Jeannie are up next after we check world and national news. And for that, we turn to Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Hunter Biden, as you've been talking about, has been found guilty of all 3 charges in his federal firearms case. Jurors reached their verdict after about 3 hours of deliberation. He is the first child of a sitting U.S. president to be convicted of crimes. Hunter Biden still faces a separate tax crime trial in California. President Biden will be speaking this afternoon at a gun violence prevention summit hosted by Everytown for Gun Safety. Michael Bloomberg, the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, the parent of Bloomberg Radio, is a donor to groups that support gun control, including Everytown for Gun Safety. Well, the president will be highlighting his efforts to rein in crime. Jeff Asher with the consulting firm AH Datalytics says recent numbers from the FBI show that violent crime has decreased in the first few months of the year.
The overall direction shows very large decline in murder and sizable declines in violent and property crime.
Overall, Asher says violent crime fell 15% in the first quarter. Voters in North Dakota today are deciding whether the state should implement an age limit for congressional office holders. The Congressional Age Limits Initiative would prevent anyone from being elected or appointed to serve in Congress if they turned 81 before the end of their would-be term. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got the Dow, the S&P, they're both lower. NASDAQ holding on to a 5-point gain of less than 0.1%. S&P down 14, drop there of 0.3%. Dow down 277, a decline of 0.7%. 10-year 4.45% with a 2-year 4.85%. Spot gold down $3 the ounce to $23.07, drop of 0.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, $78.26 per barrel of WTI. Bank stocks leading the way lower. Also, we've got the economic view on Main Street improving somewhat in May. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The Small Business Optimism Index is up, though it remains below the long-term average. Small firms are, for now, less downbeat about prospects for America's economy. Inflation remains the top concern. Financing is another issue. With interest rates at 2-decade highs, many lenders are being more selective. The Small Business Optimism Index is published by the National Federation for Independent Business. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And Federal Reserve policymakers now meeting. We get the decision tomorrow, 2 o'clock Wall Street time. 2:30, you can hear the news conference. 2:30 Wall Street time, you can hear the news conference on Bloomberg Radio. After the bell today, Oracle will report fiscal fourth quarter results. Investors are expecting growth in sales from its cloud infrastructure. Oracle sales trading lower ahead of earnings, down now by 0.5%. Again, recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P down 13, drop there of 0.3%. Balance of power continues now. And back we go to Washington once again. Here he is, your host, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you. On another breaking news day in Delaware, in this case, Hunter Biden, as you've been hearing on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite and on YouTube, found guilty, 3 felony charges. And we're going to be hearing from the special counsel who brought those charges. David Weiss going to be making a statement in Wilmington, Delaware at the top of the hour. That's about 20 minutes from right now. When he speaks, we will bring you his comments live. He's not expected to take questions. This will be just a statement from the special counsel now that we have a verdict. Remembering that David Weiss testified in closed-door testimony not that long ago on Capitol Hill about whether he had full authority to pursue criminal charges against Hunter Biden. And here we are today. Now, we're going to talk a bit more over the course of the program about the legal implications here, the next steps. We don't have a sentencing date yet. A lot of folks are speculating on a sentence and speculating to that end on the next trial for Hunter Biden, which will likely come in the fall, assuming things don't get delayed. That's the tax evasion case that he is facing. Are there political implications? Depends who you ask and what poll you might look at. For me, I go to the signature panel at times like these. That's Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors who we know and trust and have been with us since the beginning of the Hunter Biden controversy. Great to have you both here, Jeannie. You've been talking for a bit about this. As a Democrat, I don't know if we should even do it that way because the political implications seem pretty vague to me in what is a very personal situation for Joe Biden. You wonder, though, if this reignites or somehow re-inspires James Comer and Jim Jordan to start pursuing Joe Biden again. Are there politics?
Hey guys, just jumping back into the swing of things here. We're actually seeing GameStop potentially trying to make a little bit of a breakout here along with the Qs. So just manage the positions accordingly. But GME is trying to go through a bit of a squeeze here to the upside, trying to get above pre-market high. It has triggered a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders breakout on the 5-minute chart. And believe it or not, I mean, the upside measured move now, if this pattern can hold, takes us all the way about to $29 on GME, which suggests that maybe there's some sort of a roaring kitty announcement that could hit the tape. So again, GME showing some signs of life in this vicinity in the near term that we want to be mindful of. The IWM is firming up in a big way here. do have the Qs trying to press a little bit higher in the near term. Guys, I like ticker RUN, RUN. I'm long RUN at 1406. Looking for a move into its gap fill around the 1443. I'm long RUN. This is a starter position, high risk. I repeat, high risk, starter position. Ticker RUN is starting to run here. QQQ seeing a little bit of distribution. And guys, I'm long GME again, attempting a little bit of a breakout trade here. It's high risk, but I'm taking another stab at GME here. Another little stab, average 25.46. Starter position. Trying to see if we can get a bit of a breakout continuation. The Qs are running into a little bit of distribution in this region. SunPower, Max and solar stocks are still continuing to see its ascent to the upside. NVIDIA's made a nice recovery. Does look like it's helping the semis here in the near term. I repeat, NVIDIA making a little bit of a bullish recovery. But GME looking like it could press higher here. The NVIDIA was a day trade. It was a day trade. I'm still holding my swing. Oracle looks bullish with earnings coming up. Time to buy DJT. Actually, yeah, that could be an opportunity. I haven't looked at DJT yet. Let's see that Donald Trump sticker. With that Biden news, that name could eventually start to catch a bid here. It is backtesting some support at an interesting area here on DJT. I might try to take it on a little bit of a long. Very speculative though. Quite speculative. Solar stock seeing a bit of sell side as the Russell's running into some resistance here. QQQ attempting a little bit of a breakdown here. The Qs are attempting a bit of a breakdown, so we'll see if they want to give up any sort of steam. QQQ is approaching the apex of its triangle here, so there could be a rather large move brewing. Bitcoin's still weak. NVIDIA's really firmed up in the near term. AISP up 47%. still pushing. Apple up 5.9, still pushing. QQQ is still trading above that pre-market high. SunPower continuing to march higher. You have the semis moving up, Apple moving up, Microsoft curling down, Meta trying to bounce, Amazon near the lows, Tesla near the lows, looking to put in new lows in the session. Nat gas still holding steady. Tesla down 3.5% at the moment. AMD down 1. UVXY up 1.77. The dollar index is still green on the session, up 0.22%. All right, QQQ is approaching the wedge. Which way is this going to break? Time will give us a signal momentarily. Qs are trying to break lower. Tesla, NVIDIA selling off. Microsoft. Apple still remaining very strong. The technical pattern on GameStop right now, guys, is for Roaring Kitty to come out. Thinking about a long on AMD, YS. I don't like semis right now still. I'm still seeing the SOX weak, so I would prefer to look at the Russell. The Russell's moved up nicely off of the lows again. Small caps, I mean, I'm still seeing weakness in semis. I mean, you have NVIDIA trading under pre-market low. You might be able to bottom tick AMD and catch a bit of a little rally here. It is trying to firm up in the near term, so AMD doesn't look bad, but it's still under your pre-market low and under prior day low. So AMD is still in a bearish environment. 159.61 is a big resistance on AMD. Again, the technical picture right now is setting up for another spike. Obviously, 23 minutes ago, we did have Roaring Kitty tweet another picture. Options Basics 101. Whatever the heck that means. Yeah, 10-year note auction. Thanks for that update. That is set to occur. AMD is looking fairly interesting. QQQ is trying to firm up through Apple again, NVIDIA. Daniel Dang, what's 2 days to go? Yeah, the institutions, I believe, had a fail-safe plan in GME by calling that shelf offering. I'm not too sure what your question is. You want to rephrase your question there, Daniel? Our market appears to be running into a bit of sellers in this region. GME issued new stocks, so he has to buy more before action. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's still got 5 million common shares long. GME at an average of 21.27. So, I mean, he's still up respectively 18%, almost 19% on his GME common shares. And 5 million shares long is a pretty big position to be long. His options are, yes, underwater, which is why I think there's probably going to be one more pump in the name. I think there's going to be one more pump in the name. Because he's still got till June 21st. Now, those could expire worthless on him after being up several hundred million. But he's still got a little bit of time on the clock to, believe it or not, spike this thing up. And if we get a little bit of a take a look at this chart pattern on GME, it's shaping up for almost like he's about to announce something. And beautiful inverse head and shoulders on GME. If it breaks out of this, if it can hold, this is a big base that GME is forming, a really, really big base. QQQ breaking down in the near term, getting a nice bit in the socks. Apple still strong. The sell side's coming from Amazon and Microsoft at the moment. Breaking down in the Qs. But if we can get a breakout on this 5 or 10 minute chart of GameStop, I mean, we have a move up to about 28.97 based off of this inverse head and shoulders. So it's very tricky to trade. It is trying to hold this 5 minute chart breakout. So we'll see if we get any sort of momentum, another tweet perhaps to actually spike it and fulfill the upside move. But all eyes are watching right now. GME starting to come down a touch here. NVDA trying to firm up here in the near term. Again, remember, GME started off the session deeply negative, and it's now positive on the session. So the trend is reversing in the short term in favor, and it is trying to catch a little bit more of a bid here. If we can get this breakout, but the Qs are weakening here. Qs are obviously breaking down. Big wick up, lots of volatility off of the auction. So the 10-year auction has come out. Yields right now are, sorry, not the 10-year, the auction's coming out. It is spiking yields here in the short term. I repeat, yields are getting a little bit of pressure here in the near term. What a rip here in the Qs, guys. What a rip in the Qs off of the auction. So the 10-year note auction is coming out. It is causing the 10-year to actually fall sharply lower, as well as the Dixie's falling here. GME is starting to firm up. Here we go, guys. This is a bullish price action. We're long GME, long run. Let's go. Come on, squeeze it. Squeeze it. QQQ, big move to the upside there. Let's see if we can squeeze GME. It is trying to firm up here in the near term. GME is starting to get going, so is run. My target on run is 1443 today. Yep, 10-year yield has moved up, has softened. Come on, GME, push up. Huge push in the Qs. Breaking out here. The Qs look like they could try to put in some new highs on the session. The Qs are trying to make a nice little run here. Come on, GME. Hold steady and press. Everything is catching a nice bid. QQQ back up to the prior day high. Again, I'm long RUN at 1407. Long GME at 2546. Starter positions on each. And we're able to take some nice profits on that QQQ put earlier. Same thing with NVDA. Still holding an Apple short, which that's dusting me. Which that's okay. Apple's just seeing some considerable strength here. QQQs look like they're trying to make a new all-time high. So I repeat, the Qs are trying to press for another new all-time high. We're seeing ticker run starting to firm up here, guys. RUN. Could be going through a bit of a squeeze as rates soften. These small cap solar stocks have an extreme amount of high short interest. Again, I have two upside targets. First one is this gap fill at 1415. It's an hourly chart gap, which I think fills. Second target, 1443. Here comes GME, guys. Let's see if we can start squeezing. An inverse head and shoulders has triggered on the 5-minute chart, but looking to confirm it. We have not confirmed it yet, but it is trying to move up here in the near term. So here comes a potential squeeze. Again, I'm only in small size on GME. Right now I have only 230 shares off of the entry. And I'll probably do one more ad if we fall down to about 24.90. Not looking to go heavy in this name, just scalping, seeing if we can catch a bit of momentum. QQQ still trying to come in a little bit from that prior day high. Let's look at the Qs. Still have the S&P negative and the Russell down 0.9. S&P is down 0.21, but the Qs are up 0.07. So you're still seeing a little bit of outperformance in the Qs. One of the reasons you're seeing outperformance is Apple's been strong, very, very strong on Apple. See, the Qs are still trying to march higher here in the near term. A little bit of sellers are hitting the tape. Ticker run is starting to squeeze, guys. RUN. Ticker run is starting to squeeze. Again, my average is 1403. Very small position again. Just a little bit of an afternoon trade here in the live day trade room. We've been crushing these solar stocks. We crushed Max and Air today for a lovely just over 8%. We're now long run, and that's squeezing. We're long GME. SunPower's moving up. Enphase is catching a really big bid here, and that's part and parcel due to the fact that their yields have softened on the 10-year note auction that just transpired. Again, yield softening. Yield softening has really caused oil to remain strong. That's back up to the high of its session. Kind of flat on the day, but still maintaining its huge bullish reversal from a couple days ago ever since we've had rate cuts from central banks. Ticker run is starting to squeeze some more, guys. RUN is starting to run. Again, I still have an upside target of 1443. We're coming up into a minor gap right now. But I still have an upside target of 1443. Enphase ripping, Max and Solar ripping, SunPower's ripping. Small caps are trying to see more strength. The Russell 2000 is very close to triggering an inverse head and shoulders, guys. The IWM very close to triggering an inverse head and shoulders. GME, still no breakout yet on GME, guys. So yields have really softened there. It has caused the Dixie to also soften, which is why the indices have actually rallied off a bit of strength. Look at ticker run, guys. This short squeeze name could start to really move up here. And what's really interesting about this name is if you look at your hourly chart, there's a rather large bullish pattern that could be trying to trigger today, and it's an inverse head and shoulders. Now take a look at this. So again, ticker run, triggering this hourly chart inverse head and shoulders if it closes here, which should yield a significant amount of upside from that neckline, which puts it at, around that 1554 area. So I'd highly encourage you watch some of these speculation names here into the market session. They are trying to move up steady. GME coming down, run moving up. No technical break. A QQQ just had a ripping rally to the upside there. Solar stocks continuing to march. Apple new high of day, pushing the Qs to another new all-time high. Another new all-time high on the Qs. It is causing stocks to catch a nice little bid here in the near term. Still GME starting to lose its potential breakout here, and this is happening as the equity markets are strong. So again, strengthen Meta, strengthen Apple, strengthen Microsoft, all pushing higher here in the near term. Guys, I just added to my GME. That's my final add down there. My average now 25.34. Final add on GME. My average is 25.34. I won't add anymore. I'm just going to keep this share size light, just in the event that this starts to unfold and go negative again. I won't add to the position. Dixie still selling a little bit here. Yields are certainly a lot softer. What's interesting is that even with the yields moving lower here, gold and silver is still showing some negative price action. Solar stocks still trying to press a little bit in the near term. Banking stocks are still very weak on the session. QQQ seeing a little bit of selling from these highs, but still maintaining positive price action. You can see GME trying to hold the $25 level, back testing the little neckline. So technically it's still okay. Still has a chance to firm up and press and squeeze, but it needs to start moving here in the near term. This is where we want to start seeing it start to peek its head up. Tesla's trying to firm up off of the lows. Some fake news, some news around fake meat, beyond fake vegan meat, linking to some pretty serious health conditions there. A little bit of a headline on Beyond Meat there. Vegan fake meat links to heart disease. So yeah, BYND getting hit here. Sizable drop on BYND. There might be a short trade on Beyond Meat. It's down 6.27% already, but definitely some bearish headlines influencing it in the near term. Guys, I just moving my stop on run to break even, 1403. Just adjusted my stop to break even on ticker RUN. So again, all the headlines are Hunter Biden, Hunter Biden, Hunter Biden. That's all the headlines right now. Seeing NVIDIA breaking down a touch here, Meta pushing, Bitcoin seeing more selling. Big breakdown in the Qs, guys. QQQ is breaking down here in fashion. Very big sell side pressure coming into the tape. A lot of sell side pressure hitting the tape at the moment. Seeing NVIDIA taking a big dump there. The rest of the market is still holding up steady. Apple seeing a bit of selling at the highs again. Meta still trading well. Tesla's moving up off of the lows. Oil right now still trading just basically flat on the session. Nice little divergence occurring in the energy space. GME looking to break down here a little bit. I have a resting buy order on GME at 2451, in case we wick down. I want to pick up a little bit more on GME. In case we wick down, I have a resting buy order at 2450. That'll be the final entry on GME for myself. My average is sitting at 25.26. Sorry, 25. Oops. 0.26. And it's very small size. QQQ seeing a lot more selling right now. Again, there's still a chance that NVIDIA tests 118.60-ish. 118.60-ish. GME trying to move up here and hold this little neckline zone. Nice little potential 5-10 minute reversal off of the neckline on GME. Come on, start pressing. Let's see if we can press and break. Max and Solar almost at my 171 target that I gave earlier. I mean, I'm all out of that trade, but that one's just been a grinder all day long. MAXN. Solar stocks as a whole have reversed nicely off of the lows. Granted, so is the Russell and the entire market. Apple pulling in from the highs. Microsoft trying to test and hold prior day high. GME making another little move higher here. Again, guys, we still are holding bullish structure of this inverse head and shoulders, but we haven't confirmed it. But if we do confirm, it gives us a move to about 29 bucks. And that could happen today. You know, I still think that there might be one more potential little tweet that could come out from yours truly, Roaring Kitty. So back to the Qs here. You can see the Qs getting rejected at that all-time high, coming in a touch here. GME, we're flat. Come on, GME. Let's see if this one can squeeze. The volume's starting to uptick a little bit here. Some minor volume trends are starting to press here. Come on, GME. Here we go, guys. I think this is going to be the attempt at a breakout. Let's see if we can get an impulse candle. It's very close. Very close, GME. Come on. Push up. Push up. There goes the little bit of an impulse. Here comes GME. Volume starting to creep up, guys. Volume starting to creep up on GME. Let's see if we get any sort of a a tweet into the close here. I mean, that would absolutely just cause this technical inverse head and shoulders to rip. Come on, GME. Again, we have triggered that 5-minute inverse head and shoulders, looking for another candle high close above this high pivot. If we can get that, then GME should continue higher here off of this bullish inverse. Still a long shot, but it's trying. It's trying. Qs are trying to grind back up. NVDA is still under pre-market low, which is technically still a little bit of a bearish setup. Here goes GME, guys. Don't say you've been warned. This name's going to start to squeeze. Here we go, guys. Again, I'm long 25.26. We're pushing. We're pushing. Let the squeeze begin. Again, the inverse head and shoulders looking a lot more likely right now. Here we go. Come on, GME. Push, 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 guys. Look at this. We're looking rather interesting. Come on, keep your gains. Press them. Press them. Qs are catching another little bid. So is the Russell. The volume on GME today, 59.4 million shares. GME tagging this resistance. Check out this 5-minute EMA 113. It kept you in check here. Here, and now we're testing it again. We get through that. That seller is going to be obliterated on the short squeeze. We get through that EMA 113 on the 5-minute chart, and those sellers are going to start covering. I repeat, that EMA has rejected us twice today. Now we're testing it a third time. This is a big technical resistance for GME. We get through, shorts will start to cover. We need to get through this EMA on the 5-minute chart. A nice 5-minute close above it would be beautiful. Still seeing a touch of selling, but I'm still long and holding. Let's see. Come on. Squeeze this up. Come on, Roaring Kitty. Give us a tweet to spike this thing. The technical picture is setting up again. That inverse head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. Upside about 29 bucks. Pretty much back to your prior day high. Just slightly below that. If we can push through this area right now. Big spot. It's a really big spot at this point. Small caps are starting to gain more momentum. They are trying to push higher. Apple's coming in. Come on, GME. Push, push, push. Let the squeeze begin, guys. The volume's coming in. The volume is coming in. And again, we could see a nice move all the way up. Your first resistance after we get through this EMA really lies around 27 bucks. And then you get through 27, and I mean, it could be pushing to 29 today. Remember, it was down sharply in the pre-market and the regular trading session. And it has turned green on the session. It's now up 2.78%. So it's had a really sizable reversal. Come on, GME. Sun run's continuing. The Qs are coming down a touch here. Some minor selling. You can see that EMA on GME still holding price in check, but at some point I do think we clear that and then have an impulse move through it. Price is starting to come down a touch here on GME. QQQ finding some sellers at the prior day high. NVDA is still trading under pre-market low. Solar stocks still trending. Here we go, guys. GME is catching some nice price action here through that EMA on the 5-minute. Let the squeeze begin. Let the squeeze begin, guys. GME is starting to pump. Come on. All right, members, subscribers, my first trim on GME is above 26, around 26.30 is my first trim. I repeat, around 26.30 is my first trim on GME. That would net us about a 4% win, but I'm going to continue to press this trade on the long side, but my first trim is around 26.30. GME is starting to squeeze. We're through that 5-minute EMA. We are through that 5-minute EMA. And I'm only long with about 400 shares. Small size again. But you don't need much in this ticker for you to be a successful scalper. That 5-minute resistance is still trying to play out here, but they're trying to keep it. Equity markets are moving up here. And based off of the technical signal, I mean, we could hit this upside target, and what's crazy is this type of stock is so influenced by Roaring Kitty. Any sort of a tweet, if we keep breaking out here, could even surpass it. I mean, imagine we press to this upside target and then Roaring Kitty releases some bullish tweet on it. It could even skyrocket it higher. So trying to get that 5-minute close to confirm the inverse head and shoulders. It's looking very likely here. Here comes GME, guys. The squeeze is on. Volume's coming in this vicinity. GameStop's trying. You're getting that 5-minute potential close. That's a bullish close, guys. QQQ's also pressing here. Here we go on GameStop. We're starting to move. We are starting to move. Again, 2630 is my first trim. 2630 is my first trim. Look at that. Basically trending for the new high. GME is squeezing here. It's trying to go for a new high of day. Come on. Get us there. Here goes GME, guys. I'm still in. First trim is coming up. 10-15 cents away. Alright, I just trimmed a third. I just trimmed a third there. Beautiful little move higher. Roughly 4%. Nice trade there. Beautiful, beautiful. GME's still going through a bit of a squeeze here, guys. A bit of a squeeze. We've triggered the 10-minute chart breakout. Look at that bullish close. Upside is this 28.87. Now I sit back. Again, we trimmed a little bit. Still riding the majority. Sunrun. What a move on Sunrun. What a move on Maxon Solar. The entire equity markets are just blistering higher here. Blistering higher here. Nice little move, guys. Congrats if you took that GME trade with us. And it's still got more, guys. It's still got more left in the tank. GME's now up 5% on the session. And as it starts to turn into positive price action here, making a red to green reversal, shorts get nervous. Shorts get nervous because this is kind of the setup that Roaring Kitty's looking for, is a positive reversal. And then maybe he hits the market with some sort of a bullish tweet in the name that could even squeeze it higher. So remember, everything is based off of momentum with Kitty and these meme stocks. It's all momentum based. Again, we have triggered the inverse head and shoulders on GME. I've already taken just over 4% profit on the first half of the position, riding the other half, and we're in charge. We're sitting in the driver's seat of this name, and it does suggest that we could push all the way up to 28.97. Personally, my next trim is going to be around just above 27 or so. Above 27, I'd look to maybe trim. Dixie's softening some more. We are still seeing more positive flow for GME. Here comes the volume is really increasing in this region here. There's another impulse candle on GME. Let the short squeeze begin. I repeat, let the short squeeze begin. Shorts are now covering. We are getting volume flows that support a short covering. Look at GameStop. This is going to get halted, guys. It's moving very quickly now. We could see a halt. GameStop is surging and rallying here. Beautiful little trade with us, guys. I just trimmed a little bit more there. up 7%. Boom. Look at that. Beautiful trade, guys. Move stop to break even on the remaining shares. Now we let this thing ride and see what type of a short squeeze we can go through. What a little play there. What a little play. Guys, I sold most of my GME off of that spike, and I've moved stop to break even. That was a beautiful little session there. What a move on GME, guys. What a move on GME. Look at this inverse head and shoulders again. Anyone interested in trimming, protect your gains, at least in the short term? I've taken gains. I've sold the majority of my shares, roughly a 4% gain, a 7% gain, and I've moved stops to break even. It's probably a prudent thing to do, is to move stops to in the money in this vicinity, but I have sold the majority and move stops into a protective place. So therefore the trade is now risk-free. The trade is now risk-free. So it's always a beautiful spot to be in these short interest names, because now it's just gravy, right? Whatever happens from here is just gravy. But we caught a huge 11% gain in the morning, a beautiful nice little 4 and 7%. And now we're just looking to see if this name can press to its $29 target. I repeat, it has a $29 target on GME off of this inverse head and shoulders move. Okay, a bit of a hanging man candle on the Qs, guys. 5-minute hanging man candle on the Qs typically results in bearish price action. You want to be paying attention to that. A little bit of a bearish candle formation on the 5-minute chart of the Qs. That's signifying potential sellers looming. I repeat, that is a touch of a bearish candle on the Qs. Guys, I'm going to put an in-the-money stop on GME for the remaining shares, an in-the-money stop at 26.14, protecting the trade on the long side. I have an in-the-money stop on GME. I repeat, an in-the-money stop on GME. What a move. Here comes the next leg higher in GME. It's starting to squeeze. Small caps are pumping. The Russell's breaking out to the high side here. Apple's starting to come in though. Look at the move on GME, guys. Whoo-wee. Look at the squeeze. Everyone should have caught this name. Alright guys, I'm looking for another trim above 28 bucks. Another trim above $28. Look at us go. Raise your stops, please. Raise your stops. We're up almost 9% at the highs. I'm raising my stop on GME to 26.83. My stop loss is in place. I'm looking for another profit zone above $28. I will sell another half of the shares, above 28, but please adjust that stop as it moves deep in the money. Remember, the Qs did trigger a bearish formation on the 5-minute chart there. It's a bearish candle on the 5-minute chart. We should see a little bit more selling in this region. But what a trade on AMC, guys. If anyone's still holding Sunrun or Max and Air, those performed phenomenally well. But huge win on GME there, guys. Congratulations. Guys, because I'm seeing... Watch out. Protect that GME trade, guys. Protect it. Protect it. My stop is 26.83. We've been trimming along the way. Any sort of a move up to $28, I'll take another trim. I repeat, another trim above $28, guys. But what a little rally there. What a sizable rally in GME. We've been warning you about the inverse head and shoulders. We were long at 25.26 off of the second entry. We also played this morning, and we absolutely crushed it. Absolutely crushed it. And now I'm moving more defensively because you do have a bearish candle on the Qs and your very extended intraday. Granted, yields have softened, but small caps are blistering here in the near term. I repeat, small caps are blistering here in the near term. They are moving very, very sharply higher. Financials still struggling here. The Russell still had a nice technical breakout. But just be careful. If you're a late chaser to GME, this has a tendency to punish late chasers. All right, I'm moving my stop up a bit more here. 27.20 stop on GME. And again, same sort of thing. Any move above 28, I'm looking for the next profit zone. We're almost up 10% on the trade, guys. Look at this go. Oh my, whoa. The Russell's coming into some resistance here, so watch out. The Russell's coming into some resistance here. Again, $28, guys. I will sell some more. But what a trade. What a trade. And there's been no additional posts yet from Mr. Kitty. This is just a pure technical breakout on the chart. All right, guys, I'm moving my stop up now to 27.36. 27.36. My stop has been raised. Come on. Give us a spike into the 28 range here. Give us a spike into the 28. All right, guys, I'm seeing the market's running into some resistance here. The Russell's into some. I'm closing GME here. Full close. 27.60. Sold everything on GME for about a 9.25% profit. Bang, bang. I am all out right now. There's certainly a potential for a re-entry, but I'm all out of GME. Beautiful little trade there, guys. Beautiful. What a trade in GME, guys. Everyone in the live trading room here should have caught that. I mean, everyone should have caught that. Even Sunrun is a monster. A monster. A monster. So if you caught that with us, congrats. I am all out at 27.60. I am all out at 27.60. I repeat, all out. Uh-oh. World Health Organization, 9 minutes ago. Human infection with the avian influenza detected now in India. So now we've had India. We've had Mexico. Where else did we have? There was another place that they detected. I can't recall off the top of my head. It's probably somewhere in Europe. GME's still trying to squeeze here, guys. What a run, guys. QQQ new highs. So that bearish formation is not playing out. The Qs are still managing to show some resiliency here in the face of the market. We are still seeing GME press here, holding its gains as the markets press higher. What a rally in the Qs. NVIDIA is ripping. The whole entire semiconductor market is ripping at the moment. Sunrun hit my upside target of 1443. QQQ is just going through a blistering rally here on the Qs. What a monster. What a monster rally on the Qs. New all-time highs on the session. Markets are trending here to the upside. All right, I'm going to step away for a minute since we caught a nice little afternoon session here. Just be careful with GME. Just be careful with the entire market up here. I would be inclined to likely see the market take a bit of profits heading into CPI tomorrow as well as FOMC. But at this point, markets are just trending, right? You have short interest names squeezing. You've had the Russell make a bullish reversal off of the lows. That is just flying to the high side. You've had semis make a nice little reversal. Obviously, Apple's been strong all day. SPY and Russell are still negative. Qs are still slightly green with a divergence in the market of about 0.37% between the SPY and the Qs. So, again, mega cap tech is disguising the selling that is occurring under the hood in this market because there is selling. It's not a raging bull market for all stocks. You look at the Russell, significantly underperformed, although small cap stocks are getting a nice bid today. Not all stocks are catching a huge rally with the broad market. On that note, I'm going to take a little bit more of a break here. Maybe you'll see me for Power Hour. I'll have to double check to see what's going on in the markets, to see if there's any sort of trade setups that I'm eyeing up in the near term. Overall, the market is obviously pressing on the back of Apple gains. You can see the momentum in Apple is slowly starting to wane through these highs. You're getting a little bit of a curling action. So Apple right now is a little bit lofty, but still trying to press. And these solar stocks, the only regret I had was selling run too early. Look at that. We warned you of this 1403 breakout. Boom. What a monster push into its gap fill at 274. But believe it or not, this pattern has triggered an inverse head and shoulders breakout that takes us to about 1550. Now, the thing about the technical patterns that are unfolding everywhere, you've had breakouts across the board on a lot of these high short interest squeeze stocks. A lot of small caps are starting to gain some momentum. But the thing about this is that every technical chart can change tomorrow based off of the fundamental data that we're set to receive at 8:30 and 2 p.m. So guys, please tune into the live stream. Definitely be prepared for insane volatility tomorrow heading into CPI and the Fed. Things are certainly set to be wild across the board. On that note, maybe I'll see you for a little bit of a Power Hour options 0 DTE lotto play. On that note, congrats if you took GME. We traded that with great success twice today. Huge gains on both fronts. So wonderful job. Congrats on the Q short that we took earlier. Nice job on run, Max and Solar. It's been a nice little session for us here in the day trade room. So again, congratulations guys, and we will see you a little bit later. And I'll tune into some other market talk here. Let me just pull up my screen momentarily. All right, how are we going to do this? We will do one and three, and I will cue in.
We're going to dig into the details and why the flip when it comes to kind of the enthusiasm.
Plus, we've got the intelligence on the guilty verdict against Hunter Biden and the political ramifications of it for his dad, of course, President Joe Biden.
Yeah, we're going to get into all of that, break it down. And oh, yes, as Tim mentioned, we've got a Fed meeting coming. We've also got an inflation print before that Fed meeting tomorrow. It all happens on that Fed Wednesday. So we've got a lot coming your way in the next 60 minutes.
All right, before we get that going, first up, let's get a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. Lots of moving parts, and we've got you covered. Right now, U.S. stocks are trading mixed. The Dow, the S&P, they are both lower. S&P down 3, down less than 0.1%. As Carol mentioned, banks are sliding. Right now, the Dow is down 206, drop there of 0.5%. NASDAQ higher by 71 points, up by about 0.4%. 10-year, 4.40% with a 2-year yielding 4.83%. Spot gold, now little changed, up less than 0.1%, $23.12 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 0.4%, $78.01 a barrel. Among some of those bank names that are declining today, JP Morgan Chase down 2.6%, Citigroup off session lows but still down 3.5%, Wells Fargo down 0.9%. And after the bell, add this to the mix. Hear from a major tech company. Oracle will report fiscal fourth quarter results after the close of trading. Oracle shares ahead of earnings. Right now they are unchanged. Again, recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P right now down 2.5 points. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, so appreciate it, Charlie. That is our setup on this Tuesday. As we've talked about, though, bond traders who have come to terms with the prospect of higher for longer interest rates through this year are looking toward tomorrow's Fed meeting for really clues on how to game it out 2025 and beyond. That's kind of where we're looking at this point. To be fair, though, we have to get through tomorrow's FOMC meeting and the dot plot, and before that, another inflation print at that 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time
So we'll all be focusing on that before we get to the decision.
Honestly, it sounds like the best day ever for us here at Bloomberg News.
You're just saying that because
it's like, what's great. You got the Fed, you got CPI. What more in life is there to ask for, Carol?
It'll create a new narrative, no doubt about it, or potentially just reinforce the existing one. Let's get to it with Bloomberg News economics Molly Smith. She's here in studio, along with Bloomberg News economics reporter Steve Matthews. He's out there in our Atlanta bureau. Molly, I want to start with you. First up, 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, CPI report. What's expected? How might that shape thinking by the Fed and traders and economists about the U.S. inflation print?
Yeah, it's going to be a real Super Bowl of a day for everybody here on both sides of the building. So it's going to be really busy. So yeah, starting off with CPI at 8:30 in the morning. I mean, I think you're probably going to call this maybe moving sideways at best is still probably the story of inflation, or gradually, modestly slowing. So it's real, this is still nowhere near the disinflation that we saw at the end of last year that really was starting to fuel the rate cut narrative. And now it's really just more like treading kind of laterally and not so much those bigger, step downs that we had seen toward the end of the year. But gas prices came down in the month, so that'll be helpful. It really just depends, though, how much broader beyond that the story is, because that's something that Fed officials have been looking for, that it's not just coming from energy and from goods categories. We need to see services moderate as well.
That's a good point. We are a service-led economy. Let's remind everybody.
Right. Housing especially.
Having said that, a higher print, a lower print, will it just be kind of, disregarded? Because what we keep talking about is we need to see like at least 3 reports to show an existed, kind of a really strong trend here when it comes to inflation.
Right. Yeah. And that's exactly the thing. When you had the prints in January through March that all came in above forecast, that really
was a trend.
Yeah, that really reset the clock then on, all right, we're back to zero. We need to now see another 3 prints to establish a trend. And we did get a little bit of that with the April print, that underlying inflation there, that's the core measure that excludes food and energy. That stepped down month over month for the first time in 6 months. That was a huge deal. If that can be repeated, also a huge deal.
Okay.
So, but
if it can be repeated.
That would be important.
Certainly important to keep in mind. Hey, Steve Matthews, come on in here and sort of give us an idea of how tomorrow's CPI report or Friday's strong jobs report and the overall flow of economic data is going to be taken into account when we do get that policy decision, and perhaps, I think more importantly for a lot of our viewers and listeners, the updated summary of economic projections.
These meetings of the Fed have been kind of boring the last several meetings.
Hey, can't say that.
Sorry, Jay.
Sorry.
Hey, if Steve says it, it's true.
Hey, Steve, you can say whatever you want.
You can.
But this is going to be a cliffhanger. This is going to have some fireworks because, the economists that we survey are evenly split on whether the Fed's dot plot is going to show 2 rate cuts for this year or 1 cut. I mean, in March, they had 3 cuts that were priced in. We had bad inflation numbers in the first 3 months, as Molly said. April showed an improvement. And what we get tomorrow in the CPI could well set the tone for what happens with the dots. If we get a good number, you could perhaps stay at 2 cuts for the year. If you have 2 cuts for the year, that implies that the first cut could happen in September, arguably before that. So if you get 1 cut priced in the dots, that would suggest you're not going to get anything until after the...
Just getting a quick alert here on natural gas, guys. Natural gas is spiking to the high side here, clearing that 313 pivot, coming into a bit of a short zone in my opinion. So nat gas potentially trying to see another new high and really trying to press its bullish trend at the moment. Yeah, so nat gas pushing, guys. Nat gas is pushing really, really firmly here. Michael, you just trimmed your position. Don't know what position that is, but KOLD is looking interesting here. We now have a positive divergence setup, but I think nat gas might be able to push to 318 on the chart. So I'm looking at a move above 315 to 318 to start accumulating KOLD again. But nat gas certainly pushing higher here, so. You do have the SOXS peaking up here as the Qs see some selling, some pretty tremendous sell side pressure off of these levels. But again, it's been a pretty fantastic day. I just triggered my position in nat gas. Nice job there, Michael. Congrats there. Nat gas has been a monster. I wish I accumulated some off of the lows down there, that daily 200, but nat gas still looking to press higher. So yeah, I have a short level around between 317 to 319 on nat gas. So I've set some alerts. If I hear anything crazy in the background, I'll jump back on and maybe we can catch a bit of a scalp on the nat gas front. All right, guys?
Holly has that exactly right. The Fed is very focused on services, and Jay Powell is very focused on what's happening with services, and that's affected by what's happening in the labor market. So, to the extent that you've seen some kind of moderation in the labor market with unemployment ticking up just a little bit, then if you see that in the services inflation, that would be really encouraging to the Fed.
Well, here's the thing, Steve, because I know that we talk about this all the time in our group, but, I find it hard when we're covering the jobs report and we've got the payrolls survey, with the survey of businesses, the establishment survey, saying one thing with the payrolls number that was so strong last week, and then the household survey painting a very different picture of the labor market. So in your expert opinion, because you are the expert here, what would you say is the Fed's better signal right now of the truer signal of the labor market?
Well, I think that is going to be a really key question for Chair Powell.
Wow, guys, that rip in sun run is a monster. I mean, it's heading to that target. It's trying to hit that target today. It's inverse. I mean, what a run in sun run. Holy shit, these solar stocks, even SunPower, SunPower is now green, a red to green reversal. I mean, some of these short interest names are just blistering to the high side. So, yeah, I'm looking at cold when if nat gas heads above 317, I may start accumulating some cold in that vicinity. So that would be a nat gas short. So all eyes on nat gas right now because it is trying to press in the near term here. But 317 to 319, again on the daily chart of nat gas, I'm really looking at this previous little channel that we were chopping in from your low pivots to your high pivot, breakdown zone, retest. So I'm looking at this previous little zone again, this channel, as resistance for nat gas. So watching it closely.
Rate move this year. Think about 2025 and beyond.
Well, that's right, Carol, and thanks for having me on. I agree. It is a cliffhanger, and there's a lot of ways that it could go. I think, though, we start with the premise that Jay Powell would actually like to send a dovish tone, and the only inhibition to that would be as if we have a bad surprise on the CPI. But absent that, even though they're not going to cut rates, they're going to have a new dot plot. I think there's a growing concern that the economic data are moving toward an inconvenient slowdown in the economy. The jobs number was a surprise, but as you or Steve pointed out, I think, Carol, you pointed out, the household number was 400,000 jobs down, an increase in the unemployment rate, and to reconcile that with 272 after they revised down April to 165, a lot of opportunity to be confused in that. But as you look at first quarter GDP revised down, the second quarter GDP estimates among economists are now being revised down below 2%. And that spells concern for Jay Powell and the Fed.
So Steve Skanke, how are you thinking about this at keel point in terms of how many rate cuts you think the Fed will actually be able to do this year or should do this year? And it gets a little complicated with the whole election coming up in November.
It does. We still believe there's an opportunity for 2 rate cuts. Now, obviously, that could change very quickly if we have higher inflation prints, certainly from the CPI, which is not the Fed's preferred measure, but that then ultimately works itself into the PCE, personal consumption expenditures deflator. I think that they'd like to cut twice.
Yeah.
And so how do they do that? And if they can't cut twice, how does Jay Powell signal to the market that they're trying to go easier in their policy moves? You know, if CPI goes the wrong way, we very easily could see a dot plot that shows rate increases,
right?
Which would certainly disrupt financial markets.
That would be definitely a cliffhanger turning into falling off a cliff, perhaps. But come on back in, Molly.
Right about that.
Yeah.
I want to come back to Steve Matthews here. This is something that we talk about before every Fed meeting, and Steve, sometimes it's you who's in the chair in DC who's asking Jay the questions. We talked about one that Powell will probably get is, how are you viewing the labor market right now? What's another one you'd really want to hear Powell answer?
I think, as Steve said, a big question is, how does he see the current economy? I mean, if you look at, for example, the Bloomberg Economic Surprise Index, the economic surprises have turned negative. I mean, we're now seeing data that is trailing the consensus estimates fairly consistently. And, does that raise some concern that maybe the economy is moving to a below trend state?
Right.
And how much worried is he about that? I mean, obviously he's going to be asked about the dot plot and inflation, but it's like just the view of the total economy would be really important.
One point I wanted to bring up, it was really interesting on Surveillance this morning with a guest about how keeping rates more normal, remember, what we are in right now is more normal, actually gives the Fed a lot more room to cut rates if and when that is necessary. And that's a good thing. Steve Matthews, you understand how the Fed moves and how it all works, right? The Fed having breathing room around policy is a really good thing.
Yeah, if you hear Powell or other Fed officials in the aftermath of this meeting talk about the Taylor rule and about monetary policy benchmarks, that is dovish, because right now the Fed's rates are much higher than what monetary policy rules would suggest they should be, which is around 4%. Mm-hmm. So there is room to bring rates down just based on inflation right now. If they become convinced that the economy can handle that.
So Steve Skanke, then, is the conversation of potentially a rate hike, is that just completely inappropriate then, based on what Steve Matthews is telling us?
Yeah, I believe that it's inappropriate, and I think Jay Powell probably has some concern about that. If we should see a negative surprise on CPI, the Fed uses forward guidance to constrain economic activity. I think the concern is that they need to encourage economic activity for the reasons that we've talked about. And so I would believe that there's a good chance, absent a CPI surprise, that the forward guidance is going to be toward easing, even though they won't change interest rates for probably the next couple of meetings.
Hey, Steve Skanke, very, very briefly, because we want to do a final round, but just in 30 seconds, what's at stake here if you don't see the Fed cutting rates this year? If that doesn't happen, how would you change how you advise the folks at Keel Point?
Well, the economy is fundamentally okay, but the downward revision that we've had in GDP growth and some of the mixed signals in the labor market certainly generate concern. Now, earnings growth continues to be remarkably positive. And so on that front, we're certainly positive. But we're very cautious if the Fed continues to hold tight and doesn't signal a willingness or desire to loosen. We think that'll work poorly for the economy and ultimately financial markets.
All right, our rapid round as we get ready to wrap up. And I'm going to start with you, Steve Skanke. Very quickly, what would be a surprise coming from the Fed tomorrow? And you do need to be quick.
Well, for CPI to bump up and the dot plot to show a heavier orientation toward raising rates.
Wow, that would be crazy. Steve Matthews, real quick.
I'd say the dot plot showing just 0 or 1 cut, and also for long-term rates in the dot plot to move up in the neutral, so-called neutral rate.
That would be our new narrative. Molly Smith, saving the last 30 for you.
Maybe if Powell were to say that the labor market is still very tight, I think that would be it would be questionable of how he would fully support that. I think there are a lot of other data points that would maybe suggest otherwise.
Which is interesting, right? Considering the mixed signals in the labor market. If he comes out and
it's
says
tough
that they're
to square
tighter.
them all.
You guys, the trifecta. Molly Smith, economics editor at Bloomberg News, right here in studio. Steve Matthews out there in our Atlanta bureau. He is our economics reporter, follows the Fed for us. And Steve Skanke, a regular guest here on Bloomberg Business Week, chief economic advisor at Keel Point, former U.S. Treasury and White House National Security Council staff member. On to the Fed decision we go. Thank you all so much. Still to come, Apple impresses finally on AI. That stock rallying. That's coming up next.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks trading at the high of the day as measured by the S&P 500 index, up 5 right now, higher by 0.1%. We've also got Apple very close to session highs. Look at Apple today, dramatic turnaround from yesterday. Apple up now by about 6.2%. Yes, more on the Apple story coming up in just a moment. A slide in banks dragging down stocks ahead of the Fed decision tomorrow. S&P, as I mentioned, trading at a record 53.66. Any move higher today will be another record, up 0.1%. NASDAQ also surging today, up 100 points. That is a gain for NASDAQ at a record, up 0.6%. The Dow, dramatically different story. The Dow down 150 now, down 0.4%. 10-year, 4.40%. The 2-year, 4.83%. Spot gold up $3 the ounce to $23.14, up 0.2%. While West Texas Intermediate crude oil higher now by 0.4%, $78.06 a barrel. Apple shares hitting their first intraday record since December today as investor sentiment around the iPhone maker continues to improve. Again, worth repeating, Apple right now up 6.2%. Recapping, stocks are mixed, but the S&P pushes higher, up 4, a gain of 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, it's not a fruit, but it is a very well-known company, Tim Stenovec. We do want to talk a little bit about Apple. It's your number one gainer in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. What's interesting, Apple investors not impressed yesterday. And we also saw shares of some key Apple suppliers sinking overnight as well, following their big event that got underway yesterday. But as we said, very different tone. Apple shares at a record after that great AI reveal. We want to get to it, though, once again, and lucky for us to have back with us our own Bloomberg News chief technology correspondent, Mark Gurman, who continues to write about everything that we are getting from the event on Apple and just Apple in general. Mark out there in LA. So, Mark, what happened? Apple shares traded lower yesterday. We talked to you, rallying big time today. When we talked, kind of following the keynote, you said your view was that we kind of saw nothing better than or different from the competition, except marketing and a focus on privacy. And I love something you said was that they showed up to a party without a gift. It was like something we thought just said so much. So what's happened in the last 24 hours?
Well, like I said, they rolled out a bunch of new AI features with a privacy stance, with deep integration into their applications. They didn't bring anything new to the party, but they did it in an Apple way. But the most important part is they showed up to the party, I guess. And it took investors in Wall Street some time to realize that Apple is now here. With or without something new, they've arrived. The concern on Wall Street was that Apple would never show up, or they wouldn't show up for a couple more years from now. But they worked as fast as they can. It was a 1.5 year Herculean effort to get Apple Intelligence to market. They had all these AI features under development, but no synthesized, no integrated package. So it took a while to put it all together.
Okay.
And they did that. And it's not going to sell new iPhones, I believe. It may spur a small number of upgrades. But more importantly, it's going to lock people into the ecosystem. They're going to keep their existing user base, and they're not going to lose people away to Android and other AI-driven platforms because they did this. So it was critically important for them to do it, regardless of the fact that nothing they brought to the table here is especially new.
Mark, why don't you think this is sort of a huge prompt for a super cycle upgrade here? Why don't you think it's as big as adding 5G to the phone, for example?
You know, quite frankly, I didn't think 5G was a super cycle moment either. And it turned out that way. I mean, iPhone sales growth has been stagnant even prior to the 5G iPhone. But like with AI, what 5G did is it kept people within the ecosystem, and it didn't allow people to switch away to rival products that had 5G while Apple didn't. And so AI is in the same nature. It's going to keep people within the ecosystem. I don't think if someone has an iPhone 14 Pro today that they're going to upgrade to the iPhone 16 just because of those AI features, right? I think that down the line, a year or two from now, when they're ready to upgrade, that's going to ensure that upgrade happens.
I'm going to say that my household were a bunch of tech simpletons because I think the 5G, we do the upgrades on the Apple phones.
Are you still back there? Is that where you are?
I'm at a 12 and I'm getting ready to upgrade this come fall.
I think that makes sense that you'd upgrade from a 12 to a 16.
Tis time. The formal announcement with OpenAI.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in here.
Sure.
If Carol was, really focused on artificial intelligence and wanting the latest and greatest technology, and she has a 12, the 16 comes out later this year with no AI features, right? Maybe she takes a look around and says, AI is all the hype right now. That's the vibe right now. Maybe I should take a look at Samsung or Android, which are completely AI-ified. Now the iPhone has AI, just like the competition, right? Not a ton different, but they're there. And now she says, you know what? Of course I'm going to get this new iPhone. So I don't think it's going to spur upgrades and get people to run out to buy them, but it's going to ensure those people who are already thinking about getting that phone pick that iPhone instead of moving away to Google or Samsung.
And I will say, Mark, and I think we've talked about this before, and like we're a household where it is all Apple. And, you know, my daughter, when she was younger and tried to deviate, we're like, no, that's not happening. You know, so it's like we kind of continue to embrace. I do want to ask you, though, about the partnership with OpenAI, right? The formal announcement, we got that. How important is that? And is it any different from OpenAI's other partnerships that are out there? And is it always different because it's just Apple doing it?
Oh, the OpenAI partnership with Apple is incredibly different. So let me give you some perspective here. So Microsoft, they rolled out a ton of AI features on their computers and their other operating systems for both their in-house devices and third-party devices. The underlying large language models and underlying technology that they're using for nearly all of their features is powered by OpenAI. Apple's feature set, 90% of it is powered by Apple large language models, underlying Apple technology, Apple servers, etc. Only the chatbot portion, primarily, and some of the writing assistance tools, those are powered by OpenAI large language models and ChatGPT. So the OpenAI portion of the overall Apple intelligence story is actually only a very small sliver.
Is it integrated at the OS level? And you can probably guess why I'm asking this, Mark, because
I can guess why you're asking. Let me say a few things about that.
Okay, good. You know, because, well, I want to introduce it because I don't think everybody is totally caught up on this. Yesterday, Elon Musk said he would ban Apple devices from his companies if OpenAI's AI software is integrated at the operating system level. He called the tie-up a security risk. Okay, go ahead, please.
Something integrated at the OS level, that is a vague term that can be interpreted in many different ways. So it's not entirely clear what he means by that. If you ask me, OpenAI is indeed integrated at the OS level. And I'm sure Apple would agree, but I'm sure there's some other people who would say that it's not integrated at the OS level. It's built into Siri. It's built into the OS. It's a chatbot. It's not just an application. It's not just a layer on top. It is fairly integrated into the operating system. So I would say, yes, it is integrated. But just because it's integrated at the OS level doesn't mean there aren't parameters and what's known as sandboxing implemented into the coding infrastructure that can separate what goes into ChatGPT from the deeper core of the iOS foundation, right? And so it's up, the burden of proof is on Apple and OpenAI to show how privacy-centric the ChatGPT elements are of Apple Intelligence. Apple did a 15 out of 10 job yesterday showing how private and secure their artificial intelligence technology is for the phone, that's the Apple LLM, how secure their compute cloud is for the LLM that runs in iCloud. They did an amazing job on that. What we didn't hear a lot about is the privacy protections that OpenAI are implementing. From some standpoints, you can say it's just, you know what, trust us. Maybe Apple could say a little bit more there. Either way, I think that Elon Musk is competing with Apple and OpenAI here. He has Grok from XAI. He has a terrible interpretation of Apple and feeling towards Apple and their App Store rules and the fees they take from subscriptions on their platform. He clearly does not like Sam Altman, right? He's embroiled in all sorts of things regarding Sam Altman and OpenAI.
He was a co-founder of OpenAI.
He was a co-founder back in the day of OpenAI. They had a falling out. So his perspective isn't exactly kosher on this situation. But he raises real privacy questions regardless. I just think he's way overboard on it.
Okay, that said, Mark, how realistic is it that he could ban these devices at his companies, given that they're ubiquitous? And I can't imagine employees, putting them in some sort of box or leaving them in their car as they walk into work at SpaceX or the Boring Company or Tesla.
It's a top 10 most ridiculous Elon Musk tweet, right? Okay. That's not going to happen. I mean, imagine like showing up to work and like all of a sudden, you can't bring your Apple devices in. You have to leave your iPhone in a Faraday cage outside the office or leave it in your car. That's just not going to happen, right? He's already laid off thousands of people from his company, or tens of thousands of people from his company. I'm not sure he can afford to have people quitting in large numbers at this point, but I think that's going to upset a lot of people.
All right, we always talk about the importance of the Chinese market to Apple. Is there something here in terms of what we're hearing from this event and, what they're doing in terms of AI that kind of moves the needle potentially in their sales over in China?
Yes, good question. This is a point that, quite frankly, I should have made earlier. Nothing. Apple Intelligence, at least the first iteration, is only available in U.S. English. Yes, in U.S. English. So there's going to be a long ramp up here until they're able to get it in other languages. Now, let me give you some Apple history. When Siri launched in 2011, it only launched in English and a couple other languages. But 1 year after Siri initially launched, they released so many additional languages. In Siri today, it works in every Chinese dialect. It works in many, many countries. There's no barrier to using Siri, regardless of where you are in the world in most cases. And I would have to imagine that getting Apple Intelligence to work properly outside of the US, outside of just US English, is going to be a very high priority for next year. And so I would anticipate China next year. Now, one other piece of evidence about how Apple sees China, it's going to be one of the first markets to get the Vision Pro this month, just a few months after it came to the US. Right. So clearly they're thinking, US first, right?
Yeah.
China second. And it's not like China's like down the list. Right, it's a priority. So I would imagine the AI story for China is going to get buttoned up sooner than later.
Everything we need to know about Apple. Mark Gurman, you rock. Bloomberg News Chief Technology Correspondent Mark Gurman out there in LA. That is our top stock story. The shares of Apple are rallying. We're going to get to our top political story in just a moment.
Hey, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 News from Washington, D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. Hunter Biden has been found guilty in his federal firearms trial. The son of President Biden was convicted of 3 counts of violating federal gun laws for illegally checking a box on a form stating he was not an active drug user at the time he bought the firearm. Former Assistant U.S. Attorney and Assistant Special Watergate Prosecutor Nick Ackerman says Biden's attorney never should have allowed this case to go to trial.
They had to have known right from the get-go that there were these text messages during the period of time when he signed that form and filled in those boxes and also possessed the gun, even though it was for a short period of time. They knew that there was evidence that Hunter Biden was still addicted and was still taking crack cocaine.
Nick Ackerman speaking with Bloomberg's Balance of Power. 2 of the gun counts carry a prison term as long as 10 years. Another is punishable by as many as 5, though judges rarely impose maximum sentences. President Biden plans to travel to Delaware today. He plans to spend some time with his son, and President Biden says he does respect the jury's verdict. Global news 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Hey guys, jumping back into the swing of things here, we are seeing nat gas pushing up pretty steadily here, and it is an area now where I think it makes sense for a bit of a short setup in nat gas, but definitely it's squeezing here in the near term, so we want to be mindful that nat gas has a tendency to make very large outsized moves. Full disclosure, I am now long KLD. Believe it or not, this is a swing trade and a day trade level. Day trade level, I think we could scalp it on the long side. Nat gas still holding pretty steady here, testing 317. It's up on the session 5.28%. And it's been a pretty blistering move here. We look at cold. The Q's had a blow off move there ahead of CPI. Some people saying, is the CPI leaked? Look at the Q's blistering higher here into the close. The Russell 2000 almost making a complete bullish recovery to the upside. Nat gas still holding pretty steady here at 317. Again, 319 is the next really technical resistance on nat gas, but huge blistering move. Still seeing nat gas phenomenally strong on the session. It is maintaining its bullish price action. Nat gas seeing a minor touch of selling. Yeah, definitely NVIDIA retail probably piling in with the amount of shares being exchanged here. Did have some more insider selling from a long-term NVIDIA holder dumping another 120 million in stock.